Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity. to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem?
Okay.
There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers flexible spending limits that adapt with his business. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, who's actually more of a bird guy. But that's just between us. And with the power to make big purchases in his hands, he used his card to furnish a new exam room with extra tail space. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserved.
All right, Julio. Man, that was great, man.
And everyone was happy.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11 I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I love to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Did you know a typical passenger vehicle that has a fuel economy of about 22 miles per gallon and drives about 11,500 miles per year emits about 4.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide on an annual basis? In order to save this planet we call home, we have to make an immediate change in the way we navigate everyday life. Derrick Automotive is that change. Our ambition is to build full-size, near-zero emission electric drive vehicles that don't rely on the electric grid. Derrick Automotive makes driving an electric vehicle extremely convenient without sacrificing a sleek, modern design that is sure to capture the attention wherever you go. Make the choice to take part in a movement to help preserve our planet today. Choose Derrick Automotive. Visit us on the web today to learn more.
Did you know women Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black business? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Kithcart. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon and on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. This afternoon, we have Loretta McNary. Loretta McNary is the renowned global media host, CEO, and philanthropist with over 20 years of on-air TV and radio experience. In 2020, she created McNary Media Network, a multi-platform streaming network that produces and promotes movies, TV shows, and webisodes. Loretta is the CEO and founder of the Pink Ingles Incorporated, a leadership development nonprofit for girls and women on the move, reimagined, a networking organization empowering women across the U.S. In 2008, in lieu of celebrating her show's anniversary each year, she created the Kindle Awards Gala, an annual black tie event honoring the extraordinary achievements and sacrifices of unsung heroes. With her captivating presence and unwavering commitment to helping others excel, Loretta continues to inspire and make a positive impact on a global scale as a speaker and author. Loretta's lifelong mission is to be a great mom, encouraging everyone to live with purpose and use their gifts and talents to make a positive difference in the lives of others, so that worldwide, the next generation will be better equipped to do the same. Loretta McNary is the proud mother of 5 amazing sons and says that her most esteemed title and greatest achievement is being their mother. As a devoted mother and business owner, she understands the values, the power of work-life balance, and empowering others. Ladies and gentlemen, Loretta McNary.
Hi, how are you doing?
Loretta, we don't believe that you could have 5 children and look so young and beautiful. This is a shock. And
I'm through. That's all I needed to hear. I'm done. Thank you so much, Charles, for your time. Thank you, Miss Dr. Eric. I appreciate this.
Well,
Yeah.
You're outstanding, and it's motivating to talk with people like you. And it's a thrill to have you on the Black Business Network. And can you tell us about your journey and how you became involved in your current field?
Oh, wow, it is definitely a journey. So I always just wanted, after becoming a mom in college, I only wanted to be the best mom ever. I wanted to dedicate my entire being to being a great mom. And I was in corporate America. I got great jobs in corporate America. And then I took a decrease in pay when I was working at this Christian college called Crichton College. And I had this dream, a real vision while I was awake of me hosting a show. Now, I was hosting a show for Time Warner Comcast here, local, a regional show. And it was called the Loretta McNary Show in my vision. It was going to be very similar to the Oprah Show, but more Christian, but not preachy or religious, just meaning I could have what they're doing now, having spiritual leaders on TV, gospel singers, Christian singers on TV. So I saw that vision in late August of 2006. And on December 3rd, 2006, I launched in front of over 100 people in that Crichton College auditorium with 3 major broadcast cameras, a team. Steinmark did my clothes, which is unheard of for a new show, especially at that time. I was just local at best, right? But then 4 months later, I became regional. And then I became international a few years after that. And now I'm nationally syndicated as of last September. So that's where we are. Multiple red carpet events on the red carpets with some of the most esteemed national and international media companies in the world, interviewing the celebrities, whether it was the Stellar Awards, the Dove Awards, the pre-Oscars, post-Oscars, Night of 100 Stars, NASCAR, Country Music Awards, the Image Awards. I've done, in each of those, I've done many years back to back to back. So here we are.
So this is incredible. So if you can tell us, you have so many different things that you're doing. On each one of them, tell us what is inspiring you. I mean, you're like the ever-ready bunny here. You're doing everything.
Well, let me tell you what is my true inspiration. I decided years ago, after baby number 3, that I wanted to be their role model. I did not want to leave that huge responsibility to somebody in media, on the radio, somebody on a basketball court. I wanted to be their role model. So I started working on myself, which means for me is to go on a deep dive spiritually and listening to the Holy Spirit and God and walking that walk. And so they're my inspiration because I want them to be as proud of me as their mom as I am of being their mom.
Wow. So, something, I'm shaking in my shoes. This is great. So what are some of the biggest challenges you faced in your career? And obviously we need to talk about your personal life as well. And how did you overcome them? We're all waiting to hear it because we need to know.
Well, you heard that saying about the bumblebee can fly because it doesn't know that it's not supposed to fly. Well, I'm able to do this because looking back, I never knew that I couldn't. Once I felt like it was a divine assignment, even though I couldn't pick up the phone and call Oprah or any of the greats at the time when I launched, I just started listening and finding information. And every time I took a step, Charles, more information was revealed. It's like Hansel and Gretel kind of thing, where you go further, you see a sign, you go a little further, you see another sign, but you got to keep going to see those signs. So that kind of describes my whole life in this show.
I love it. And you still, I can just feel the energy out of you. How do you sustain this? What keeps you inspired long term?
My sons and my faith in God, that, you know, it says, according to your faith, be it unto you. So I wasn't always this assured. Let me just back up. I'm not a superwoman. I'm not all, you know, it took years of getting here, but I knew I had faith for what I needed faith for at the time when I launched the show. I didn't know what to do first. And the spirit just told me, you need to get a wardrobe provided by, because, you know, in the credits, you see wardrobe provided by. So I was spending bukus of dollars, hundreds of dollars all the time with Steinmart for years and years and years. So I started with them because I was wearing their clothes anyway. And they told me no, like 3 times. And I kept going, and they finally said yes. It's a long story. I'll just tell you, they said yes, and they did for like 6 months, 3 wardrobe changes per month, clothes from Steinmart.
Wow. Well, I'm going to call Steinmart, and the Black Business Network is going to order you a Superwoman cape, because that's got to be part of your wardrobe.
They are out of business now. I don't even know where they're located now.
Well, we'll get you one made custom. Well, you're doing so many different things. Tell us some of the things that are at the top of the list. Like, what are your initiatives now that you really love or want to tell us about? We're all ears.
So I have so much to tell you. And I do want people to understand and not to get overwhelmed or to think that I'm so special, right? I don't have to do those things every day. I am a mom every day, 24/7, no days off, not even holidays, not for good behavior. So that's the only thing I have to do every day. And I have a team who shoots the show for me. So I don't have to film my show, edit my show when I first started. And I had people that were helping me. You know, I can tell them what I needed and they do. So now I'm doing Women on the Move Reimagine, which I started out doing for a private club here monthly. All I had to do was just, you know, either I was a speaker or I got a speaker to come speak and empower women. And that's just once a month. So I'm spending probably 2 days a week or a month trying to get that together with a speaker, booking the place, getting the lunch menu, and promoting. And then Pink Eagles, my girls leadership development nonprofit, because of COVID in 2019, our last pageant with the girls was the last time we met in person. So we are looking to start we were meeting every week, every Tuesday for 90 minutes for 15 years.
Wow.
I met with the girls in addition to everything else. And a lot of the time, Charles, I've worked corporate jobs and did the show and would travel to these red carpets.
Loretta, we're getting jealous. We were inspired, but we're going to have to bring out some kryptonite to slow you down. Tell me this.
Oh, it's crazy.
Tell me this. What are some of the lessons you've learned in business? And obviously business is life as well. Give us some key lessons, because we want to hear more from you.
Okay. So I am a 3rd generation entrepreneur. My dad was an entrepreneur. He worked for the IC Railroad. And at the time, I didn't know that was a huge job to have, one of the best companies that you could be in around that time. He was laid off. And so he pivoted before it was a word pivot. And he started his own business doing exactly pretty much what he was doing for the IC Railroad. And that was these huge 18-wheeler tires. So he was doing repair and sales for some of the largest trucking companies here in our city. He got one contract and he got another one and he got another one. And me being one of those, the middle child, which meant I'm always trying to be competitive with myself and be the best, because I'm the middle, right? I'm not the baby. I'm not the oldest. And so I felt like I was over and underlooked and valued. So it gave me a sense of what they call now hustle. So I had to get all A's in school. I had to be the best everything I did. And so my dad, I was 14, I remember, or younger, we went to open up his business checking account. and I was over that checking account. I created invoices. My mom invoiced the companies. We built this little this empire with just because we knew what we needed and wanted to have it done.
Now,
And
Loretta,
so,
Loretta, you are on business steroids, and we're going to have to call the governing body to fine you. Now, how are you doing all this? How do you get the work-life balance? Let's hear that.
I'll get into that. So I have met some of the most phenomenal leaders in the world, from Nelson Mandela to Gorbachev to President Second Bush at FedEx when I was working in corporate aviation. And I've talked with these guys, and let me tell you, my dad was wiser and smarter than all of them put together. So I had in my house my own living hero, my own living legend, my own role model. So my dad had the best work ethics, which I believe I passed down to my sons. They go to work sick and tired and just work because they know the value, they know they want the check, but they're not being marginalized or oppressed. But you know how work is, right? It has its concerns and issues. And so just being a middle child and not, quitting is never an option. And I was taught to always bring my A game. And Charles, my dad, said, people can take a lot of stuff from you. They can take your cars, your houses, but they can't take your good name. So keep our name good.
Wow.
I passed it on to my son. So not saying we haven't had troubles. I've made a ton of mistakes. I've probably have hurt a lot of people's feelings, not intentionally, but that's life. It happens. So I'm not a goody two shoes or anything, although I have been called that many times. But I just want people to know, just do your best, because this world depends on all of our brilliance, not just mine and yours and Dr. Eric's. And we all have something, at least one something that we are extraordinarily the best at.
Sure. Now, you've met so many people, you've done so many things. Tell us a couple of memorable experiences that you've had. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Okay, so the one that always stands out when people ask me that question, my first year at the NAACP Image Awards in Los Angeles, California, me and my videographer went. And Charles, to be honest, I had no money. It was one of those things that should not have happened because I didn't have a budget for it. I had to pay for the camera to be shipped, and that shipping was more than both our airline tickets put together. God made a way. 2 days before we had to leave, a friend says, "Hey, I want to sponsor this for you," because I was already just okay with just having peanut butter crackers those whole entire days. A shop sponsored my gown for me, and I went to the Image Awards, and I'm standing there, and I looked down, and it became real. It had the Loretta McNary show right next to BET and like Cosmopolitan magazine. All these were now media companies were there. I got the second interview that Denzel Washington did that year. It was a year that he was being recognized for the Great Debaters. CNN got an interview, and I got an interview. No one else got an interview. So I'm standing there talking to Denzel Washington, and Denzel Washington has his arm around me. This shoulder right here is where he laid those 4 fingers and a thumb, and he's asking me questions. He is the most humble, modest guy. He wanted to know about me, and I'm trying to ask him questions, right? And then he said, "You got to interview the children, the crew from the Great Debaters." And so I'm and people like, "How were you able to stand there?" Because I'm a professional and I'm a McNary. We do well under pressure. But when he walked off and he and his wife got in the limo, I lost it. I was, ugh. Wow. Have you seen people get the Holy Spirit, the Holy Ghost, as they call it? They just jump. Honey, I did that. I was screaming, hollering, screaming. And then here's the caveat to that, Charles. We fly back. I had that amazing experience with not only Denzel, but tons of other amazing actors. My mom called. She says, "Well, can you go to Walgreens and get this for me? I have coupons."
Oh my goodness.
So she put me back in perspective real easy. So that's how I'm able to do it.
Well, right. Because day-to-day life goes on, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you meet these great people, and still day-to-day life goes on. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you something funny. I've got 2 dogs here today. One of them wants out, one of them wants in. So I'm going to ask you this question, and then I'll let one out and one in. But what qualities have you noticed for what you're doing are the top qualities that seem to surface over and over again that you need to have to do what you're doing? What do you notice about that?
That's a great question. And I would say, of course, I'm glad you made it plural, because it's not just one quality. It is a combination of those. And depending on what day of the week and what you're working on, which one will lead, right? So you definitely need to be a great communicator, love people, able to handle pressure and disappointment, and then maintain a very positive outlook. You need to be able to go with the flow. You need to understand that even celebrities are people. As my dad says, they put their pants on one leg at a time, and treat them like that. And that's what I do. I treat everybody from 4-year-olds in preschool to going to the boardroom at any Fortune 500 company and meeting these celebrities. Treat everybody with respect and dignity, because everybody deserves that. So you got to be able to handle that, not pick and choose who you want to interview on the red carpets or in your business. If they are there in the room, other people are interviewing them, and they haven't physically abused you or anybody you know or heard of, then I say you interview them too. Maybe you haven't heard of them yet. But I just always made myself available to treat everybody with kindness and respect. And I was always, because my mom was a diva. She was a stay-at-home mom. She would clean up, dressed and ready, looking like she was ready to go to a tea party. And so I've always been that girl. I'm always, got my heels, my dresses, my hair and makeup done, and made sure my sons were all looking better than me. So you got to have all of that for anything, not just to be on TV and radio. But I think you should always bring your A game. And like I was telling Dr. Eric, and he made fun of it. He's like, but you look like you're ready. I'm like, I stay ready so I don't have to get ready. And he said, oh, that's the line there. I said, no, it's how I live. It's my philosophy. It's my mantra. I am like this. Working for myself at home. I get up, I make my bed every day. I take my shower and I get ready, whether I'm going out or not. I do this whole look. And that has paid off, because sometimes I didn't have an interview scheduled and I had to go, or I didn't have a meeting scheduled and someone couldn't sit in or someone couldn't be there, and they called me. And because I was already ready, I didn't have to have 2 hours before I could get there. Like today, Mondays is my catch-all day, which means I don't schedule it heavy with appointments or interviews, although I did do a show this morning on Mornings with Loretta. I did that show, and Pamela called a friend. She said, hey, I can't do this interview today. What are you doing at 3 or 4? And I said, well, honey, what do you need? Because she's my girl. She would do the same for me. And she told me about this opportunity, which I think is a God wink. It is an incredible blessing and opportunity to be here, Charles. So I was already up and ready, and I could have went live when they called. So here we are.
Oh, my goodness. Loretta, you're moving so fast. You're doing so much. And you're fresh and you've got it, you know what you're doing. How do you stay with all the different advancements and changes in your business?
So I have been on TV prior to the pandemic. I was going into my 12th year, something like that. And my publicist, my media expert that I have that works with me and has been for years, Monica Renee, she was telling me Facebook was doing this new thing. You could do a Facebook live show and you could go online and have your show online. And this is what I told her, to my disappointment, and I'm not proud of this moment, Charles, but I said, never. Because I'm on TV, network television. Why would I want to go online? And so this was years before the pandemic. And so when the pandemic hit and everybody had to pivot and take their shows from Good Morning America, Today's Show, everybody was doing their show online. So guess who had to go online? This same woman who said, nope, never. TV is king and queen. And that would be beneath me. But let me tell you, had I not pivoted, I would not be here with you on this conversation. I would not have had an amazing array of opportunities that being online has afforded me, and I wouldn't meet these most fantastic people that I've been able to meet every day because I'm online now, as in addition to traditional TV.
It's brilliant. That's a brilliant answer. So now everybody wants to drop the job they're doing. I've got neurosurgeons and airline pilots and astronauts saying, how can I get into your field? So how can people get into your field?
Like I was saying, when you asked about the qualities, know what your qualities are, know what your strengths are, and also on that same piece of paper, identify what your weaknesses are too. Play to your strengths, but work on your weaknesses, identify them. So you need to find out what you're really, really good at. Obviously, if you're a pilot, it was flying airplanes, and you were a neurosurgeon, it was doing these most intricate surgeries on the most amazing part of our bodies, our brains. So I would say take those skill sets and look and see where else you can parlay those and still make a good income for you and your family, make a huge impact in this world, and give yourself, it makes you feel very joyful and rewarded. So I would look at it like that, because I believe you can do whatever you want to do, and you don't have to pick or choose just one thing.
Absolutely. You can be multiplicitous. You can do all these things, multifaceted. Yeah. What are some of the new trends that are in your business? And we're talking about a couple of different businesses. We're not talking about one. But what are the trends that you're noticing that are sticking out in your mind?
So with TV, even though it's online and people have shows, so everybody has a show, and that's fine because there's an audience for everybody. And I want people that say, I want my own talk show, I want my own podcast, then go for it. I have a plethora of people who contact me saying, Loretta, how do I? And I would freely give this information. How do you do this? How do you start a radio show, a TV show, a podcast? And not any of them have started it, because they only see the glamour side of doing all of this, and probably what you do as well, Charles. And people think you make it look so easy. Everybody thinks they can do it. So the podcast and TV show is one of the things, and I want people to do it. Just research it. YouTube University is available for everybody. And the other thing is, what I don't like is people want to mimic or copy that person. Don't do that. Take what they do really well and then translate it using your own skills, experience, and abilities, and make it you. Don't try to be a mini Oprah or a mini Jordan or a mini Kobe or a mini Elon Musk. Take your skill set with what you enjoy doing and how you want to leave an impact in this world, and then see what can come out of that. But the thing I'm seeing people doing is copycatting. Just everybody want to be the same, look the same, talk the same, walk the same, dance the same. That's not going to work for this world.
Yeah, be your own individual. Be authentic. Embrace it. Loretta, I'm looking at the clock here. It says 4:44, and I don't believe that we've gone through so quickly.
Well, we have, and there was a lot of other great things coming on, because I'm glad, because I got to hear about the young lady who was very similar to me, started her own thing, and the young guy, the authors, the publishers, I'm loving what I saw. So we've been talking a while. So I just want to tell you, Charles, it has been a great conversation.
It has. I think that when you hear somebody like you, we feel like we're going to have to go back and research more, because we can't get enough just in this little interview. And it's also something that I want to say, in this big world that we live in the United States, we hear so much news that brings you down, but I just feel like I'm walking on a cloud right now, having dealt with you. And you are definitely a role model. I'm glad that the world can see more of you. And we keep saying it, but genius is common. Mm-hmm. Now we're running out of time. I will see you on the other side. Loretta McNary, thank you so much.
Thank you, Charles.
Everybody, genius is obviously common. I'll see you on the other side. I am going to take a look, and we're going to acknowledge our sponsors. Without the sponsors, we can't have these great shows. So we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June of 2023. NC100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Milani Shai Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Forces Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design. Now let's go back to one I think I missed, Melanie Shani Global, and finally, Black Business Expo USA. We are very grateful. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. that's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I've received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Genius is common, and my genius is nutritional strategy. I am Shawnee Smith, the owner and creator of Can Do Spice. Can Do Spice was created because I knew that adding herbal and mineral supplements to my diet did not have to be boring. In fact, because I'm a food enthusiast, I knew I could create something flavorful and explosive that also had the benefit of adding herbal supplements such as sea moss, bladderwrack, burdock root, and black seed, just to name a few. I invite you to take this journey with me where we come together and take control of our nutritional health. It is my way of sharing my genius, the gift of flavor and the healing power of herbs to the world. What is your genius?
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Producers, directors, I met designers, and then everybody says, oh, this is my 6th year and oh, this is my 4th year coming.
Shout out to New York. We're in New York in like 7 hours.
Oh my gosh, yes, we have a 6:58 flight, so.
We gotta go home. We gotta go.
Yeah. Let me tell you something. Every single person that's come through the store has spoke so highly of you, and what a great event this is. Yes.
I'm representing DJ Darryl, who is a platinum producer. He did the hit track for Tupac Shakur, Keep Your Head Up, Snoop Dogg, Keisha Cole.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Recognize the excuses are not valid. They're conjured up, they're fabricated, they're lies. And how do you stop the lies? You stop the lies with the truth. And the truth is, you have time. You have the skill, you have the knowledge and the support and the willpower and the discipline to get it done.
Everything good in life begins with a challenge. Everything is uphill this required. And it's not going to come to you, and it's not going to fall in your lap, and it's not going to be something that, oh my God, it just was so simple. It's always going to be difficult. If you want it, you got to go get it. This is your chance. This is your shot. This is your moment. This is your time.
This is your time to get what you want. Go work that thing with Work That Thing supplements.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Charles Kithcart. I'm your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today we have Jean Baker. Jean Baker is the Director of Corporate Affairs for A.R. Kingsley Agency, co-host of Keynote Podcast, and past host of Jean's Tune-Up Time, the ultimate discussion about leadership. As an accomplished, seasoned sales leader, Jean has a wealth of experience with over 22 years in sales, 20 of which were in sales leadership positions with healthcare organizations. He is also an accomplished coach and leadership facilitator with an award-winning background in sales training. He's a certified partner with the management research group MRG, the Global Speakers Platform, and the John Maxwell Team, JMT, and is available to consult with individuals, corporations, and nonprofits. He holds numerous professional certificates in emotional intelligence and leadership behavior analysis, including DISC, DICS, LEA 360, IDI, and Discovery Insights. He's also a certified facilitator of DE&I courses. Based on his experience, leadership and behavioral training certificates, Jean brings a unique understanding and an approach born out of leading, coaching, and developing many teams and individuals through significant organizational change while keeping a strong focus on driving his levels of performance, employee engagement, and positive culture. His training background has provided him valuable experience in sales force expansion, curriculum development, training workshop development, learning behaviors, and workshop facilitation. Jean is known for having an immense passion for bringing the best out of people and helping organizations achieve results through leadership excellence. Today, Jean will be discussing leadership with values, coaching for improved performance, team development, culture shifts, and developing a capacity for growth with a growth mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, Jean Baker.
Well, all right. Well, thank you for that intro, Charles. How are you?
I'm well, Jean. We are all going to stand by. We're looking forward to learning something from you. This is an outstanding bio, but I'm sure you're going to surpass that.
Well, let me just say this. So people don't get scared away. We're not going to be discussing all of that. Those are just topics that I can speak on. But what I will do is talk about a topic that I think is really, really important for us as African Americans and for just in general people moving into this next age of AI.
Well, Jean, thank you. I'm going to back out. I know you've got a great presentation, so we're going to get ready. And we're not scared because, as you know, genius is coming. I'll see you on the other side. All right.
All right. Well, hello, everyone. I'm so excited to once again be on this platform. I think this platform is amazing. Just to be on this platform, to be around others that are doing some great things, and to have you as listeners, because I know that if you are listening, you are genius because you are looking to better yourself and to pick up something that's going to help yourself or help your families. So thank you for being on the network. Thank you for listening, and let's get to it. So as you heard it in my bio, I have a varied experience. Most of my experience has been in the healthcare pharmaceutical manufacturing field. Most of those years have been in some type of state or regional leadership type of position. I've also been in sales training. I also do a lot of facilitation and DE&I, et cetera. So that's where my passion for leadership comes, because throughout all of that time, since about 2004, I've been through massive restructurings, downsizings, about every year, year and a half. We just actually went through another one where, you know, the entire sales force was laid off and everybody had to interview for any positions that were recreated. So it's a constant that I've gotten used to in leadership positions and really helping people reimagine their potential and where they want to go in their career. So that's where my passion came. And then about 7 years ago, I said, you know what? I know a lot about leadership. I've learned it through the fire, through the rain, through the storms, right? But I also wanted to pick up some certifications so I could really help leaders, help executives, and help anyone really from a more technical standpoint. And that is, I picked up certifications in leadership analysis, behavior analysis, to really break down what is leadership, what are the behaviors that are necessary to be a great leader. So I picked up a number of certifications in that, as well as understanding personalities and energies and how teams function. So, you know, I take my experience in leadership through the fire and through the storm, combine that with, you know, some more technical knowledge in terms of what is leadership, how is leadership broken down, and then how do you coach leaders to be the best leaders that they can be so their teams are functioning at a very high level. All right, so that's my background. And today I really just wanted to focus in on something that's been happening, and I mentioned it earlier, and that is layoffs. Layoffs. If I were to use a chat function or to have people raise their hand if we were live, how many of you know yourself or know someone around you that has been laid off in the last year? Probably at least half the room would raise their hand. You know, and as I looked up some stats, just in this year, in 2023, in the first 3 months, there were 136,000 people laid off. By June, that number was over 168,000 people laid off. Why is this important? Because it's not just to say this is doom and gloom, but when you combine that with what is happening with AI, we really have to take a look at what does this mean for us as individuals? What does this mean for African Americans and other minorities specifically as we look to reposition ourselves in a new economy? So we already know that a lot of companies are laying off, and we know that AI is going to accelerate that curve because it's going to eliminate a lot of jobs. And as a matter of fact, just in the African American community, by 2030, AI will kill or replace 4.5 million jobs held by African Americans. 4.5 million jobs held by African Americans by 2030 will be gone. All right. So that's the problem. You know, so what I don't want to do is to say, uh-oh, we're in trouble. What I do want to do is say, you know what can we do to position ourselves to be able to take advantage of opportunities as they present? Now, one of the things that you got to do is understand, who are you? How do you show up as a leader? How do you show up as an employee? And then where does your energy come from? Because if you are going to consider a different career or a different job function within the organization that you're in, which the likelihood is you're going to have to do that at some point in the next 2, 3, 5 years, how do you even begin to say, well, what do I want to do? Assessments are a great place to start because it gives you real data. And the assessment that I wanted to talk about is what's called the IDI, Individual Directions Inventory, the IDI. And what that does is, and we're going to get into it in a little bit, but it measures where you get your energy from. Where you like to place your energy and where you don't like to place your energy, and where there's synergies and where there's discontent. Because understanding your energy is important, and especially in light of aligning that to how you show up. So how you show up is related to how you, where your energies lie. All right. So we're going to get into that as well. So let me tell you a little bit more about myself, because understanding your energies is really an internal process. It starts with an internal process. As I'm coaching people, we'll go way back, and we'll do an informational interview just to kind of get a feel for what are the things that have happened in your life that shape who you are and shape where you and how you like to spend your time. As I go back in my own life, just imagine a little boy, by the time he was 4 years old, had been in and out of the foster care system many times, 5, 6, 7 times, just going in and out, in and out, in and out. What do you think the impact would be on a little boy? Well, of course, the impact on me was instability and a desire to be in a place where I was wanted, a desire to fit in, right? So a desire for stability, a desire to fit in, a desire to work with others, to have some where people are feeling harmony. I like to resolve conflict because I saw so much, even at a young age, saw so much conflict. My energy is around avoiding conflict and finding ways in which to not just avoid it, but solve it when it comes up. So that started even from a young age. I'll tell you a quick story. When I was just finally adopted at 4 years old, I was adopted by a white couple who had already adopted my adoptive brothers who from Canada. They were white. 2 years after me, they adopted my sister who was mixed. So I got into this family that was different than anything that I had seen. But I was accepted. I was chosen by this family. Can you imagine what that would feel like to a 4-year-old boy who had been through so much, had been beaten, and etc. Right? So I finally was in a place where I was stable. I think I was wanted, etc. And the next day after being adopted, I'm waking up and I'm downstairs in the kitchen and I'm having a bowl of cereal. Back in those days, I loved me some cornflakes. Cornflakes filled with sugar. Oh my goodness. I used to have that every day. But anyway, I'd have my bowl of cornflakes with sugar and some milk, and I spilled it all over the floor. My first reaction was panic. And I stayed in that for quite some time because I thought that they were going to send me back. So you see, I tell that story to help you understand things that happen to you, even from an early age, can shape how your energies show up in adulthood. All right. So that's just one example. Then being adopted and then going through all the things that I went through in my family shaped, not just how I show up, but also shaped, how I like to get down. So that's one thing. So it's important to understand kind of not just how you show up, but why you show up the way you do. So as you're looking and you may be sitting there thinking, wow, I don't know if my job is secure. Start to go through that process of, okay, am I in the right type of position? Am I happy? And if you're happy, why are you happy? If you're not happy, why do you think you're not happy? Start to go through that process and go back a little ways. Go back. Why are you the way that you are? Maybe there's some things that you need to discuss. All right. So moving forward. So the individual's directions inventory really kind of is going to explore your hidden drivers and untapped sources of energy. It's going to connect motivation and behavior in innovative new ways to empower yourself and organizations to make unprecedented progress towards goals. This is really a powerful tool. It's going to surface subtle drivers to reignite individual energy and illuminate opportunities for growth. It's going to highlight aspects of an individual's ideal environment. What is your ideal environment that you could be your authentic self in? And it's going to strengthen team dynamics, because one of the things you can do with an assessment tool like this is to understand not just your energies, but where are your teammates' energies? Where do they fall in line in reference to where you are? So now where you understand those that maybe report to you, that those are your colleagues or those that you report to, where their energy comes from. Now you can start to really shape, how to engage and interact with those around you. It's going to help you build that roadmap to being successful. So it's going to give you then, based on all this information, it's going to give you a report. And as I mentioned, that report is going to say, okay, here's where you are. It's going to give you some context around that. And it's going to give you some real simple, easy to read data that's going to allow you to then take that data and put it into actionable steps. What are the areas that it measures? Well, one is affiliating. What is affiliating? Affiliating, we break it down into 4 different areas. Affiliating can be giving, it could be receiving, it could be belonging, it could be expressing. So remember my story. I get energy from belonging. I can also get energy from expressing, giving, and receiving. But there's a certain amount of energy that I really like to that I exhibit a lot of, and I feel the most comfort in when I'm belonging and I'm giving. Others may get more energy when they're receiving, when they're expressing themselves. It doesn't matter. There's no high scale, low scale. It's just, where are you? Where do you get your energy from as it relates to affiliating? The next behavior or energy is perceiving. When you perceive the world around you, do you like to create or do you like to interpret? All of us will kind of do both, right? But where do you really get your energy? Are you a creator? Or are you someone that sits back and likes to interpret things, observe? So that's a really important aspect of understanding where you get your energy from, because a lot of us may be in positions where, we're not creating, and our creative energy is stale, and we wonder why we're so miserable in our jobs. If you understand that you're a creator, you need to find a position where your creative energy can come to light. All right. Challenging is another energy. Challenging means how you deal with challenging. Are you that person that likes to maneuver? You get energy from just skipping around and dodging bullets and finding ways around obstacles. There's not one way forward. It's all over the place, but it's maneuvering, and you just get that energy from being on your toes, right? Maybe you get your energy from winning. At the end of the day, it's about winning. I've been in sales for a long, long time, and there's a lot of my job it's about winning. Controlling. Maybe you like to, from a challenge standpoint, you like to control the situation, control your environment. So it's important to understand from a challenge standpoint, are you that person? It doesn't matter. I like to be on my toes. I like to, just feinting and dodging, and it's the challenge of that, or it's winning, or it's controlling your situation. Attracting, gaining stature. Attracting is another energy. How do we like to, to attract others? Is it to gain stature, or do we like to entertain? Are we the center of the party? Or are we looking for people to look up to us, that we want to be seen in a certain light? We want to be respected. We want to be, admired. Where do you get that energy? Mastering. How do we master our content on what we do? Do we like to excel in everything that we do? Do we endure? Do we structure things around us? In my life, I went through a lot and I had to endure a lot. I have a very slow burn. But when I get to that end of that rope, I got to be careful that I deal with that energy that's going to come after that slow burn, because it's a bang. So it's important that I understand that I do have that endurance energy. But what do you do with that? Where's your energy? Do you get energy from excelling in tasks? Do you get energy from having structure around what you do? And lastly, it's maintaining. So there were 6 areas here. And maintaining is stability, it's independence, it's irreproachability. So those are the different energies that you have under maintaining. Do you get more energy in a stable environment? Do you get more energy in being by yourself and having independence? Do you get energy from, don't question what I do. Don't question, my ideals and my values and my morals. So those 6 areas are where we measure how you get your energy. And we figure out where there's a clash between that energy to how you show up to work. So the IDI has been around since 1987. There's tens of thousands, 50, 60,000 people that have taken it at this point. It's used in 100 plus countries. So it's a well-established, tool. It's going to ask you questions around, I feel best when, or I am most proud of, I gain the greatest pleasure from, I feel most fulfilled when. And it's designed to, again, reveal where your emotional energy comes from, where you lose energy, where you feel drained. That's a really key one, because some people, when you're dealing with executives and they're being considered for another position, but the company's not necessarily sure if this position is aligned to this person. And we got to figure out where this person gets their energy from, because maybe they don't get their energy from a lot of the responsibilities for that position. And that's okay. Doesn't mean that they can't take that position. What it means, though, is that they have to be aware of, I don't get a lot of energy from this, so I need to be able to delegate that or spend less time in that area and more time where I do get energy. See where this comes into play? Some energy patterns will reinforce each other. Other energy patterns may be in conflict with each other. So it's getting an awareness of all those energy patterns and how they interact. So on its own, the IDI can be used as a deep dive into what drives you. And as a complement to other instruments like the LEA that was mentioned in my bio, the LEA is a leadership effectiveness analysis. And part of that is a 360. So that 360 is going to have people comment to you as to how you show up in a number of leadership behavior areas. So then you take, okay, this is how you think you show up. This is how they think you show up. Now you get a real picture of this is how you're showing up. You combine that to your energies and you put that together and you really analyze and say, okay, I get a much better picture for who I am, how I show up, and how I want to be. And what do I need to do to create the environment where I can be my best authentic self? All right. So as you just saw, the IDI measures 17 different areas broken out into 6 core areas. And it's going to give you a narrative interpretation of the strongest directions and a narrative interpretation of the lowest directions. And it's going to give you exercises to explore insights and decide where do you go from there. So remember where we are as a people and as a country. AI is changing the game. AI is changing the game. The reason why I thought this subject was so important is we are all going to be in this position where our jobs are going to be in question. So get ahead of the game. Take some of these assessments. Take some time to really examine yourself, your behaviors, and your energy to figure out, okay, if I got to make a move, I'm gonna do something. What makes the best sense for me, and go about it from a more reasoned, strategic approach. So when you get results in this, like the IDI, high scores don't necessarily mean that they're are not good. Low scores are necessarily not bad. It just is what it is, right? So you're not trying to gain an assessment to figure out, okay, well, this is where I think I should be. No, it's going to give you real information that's just going to tell you, okay, this is how you like to show up. This is who you are. All right. So if you're feeling really stressed and you don't know why you're stressed, this is going to tell you why that is. You know, there was she was a PhD, Dr. Feeney May, PhD, head of learning and development at Red Cross in Switzerland. And she had a quote with her team when they used this, and they said it was the most fundamental and important moment of discovery in their people's lives. The most fundamental and important moment of discovery in their employees' lives. So I put that quote in there just because to give you an idea that, you know, these tools can be incredibly valuable for you as you traverse what's about to hit us. All right, so I won't get into the technical aspects of the assessment, but one of the things that it also does is look at norms across countries and regions, gender, and other things, and really relate to those norms. So as it relates to emotional energy and what we're talking about here, this is where they found there's a lot more differences as it relates to cultural and other types of norms. So they take that into account as they scale, you know, this assessment. So I want to talk about a specific case study to give you an idea of how this could help you. So interpreting motivational drivers alongside behavioral indicators can be a powerful combination, as we discussed. But where is that alignment? Where is it not? As we talk about leadership and leadership development in your own personal development, listen to this case study. So this person worked in a large insurance carrier, was a territory enrollment manager. The challenge was they were dissatisfied with work and they were approaching burnout. Anybody dissatisfied with work and approaching burnout? I probably would see a lot of hands out there, right? You know, anybody heard of the Great Resignation? We know what's happening. We know it's happening. And then she also felt unappreciated and not valued. Anybody? Unappreciated and not valued. So her goal was to determine if she should attempt to salvage her current situation or move on. And her goal was to provide an unbiased opinion on the current situation and help understand underlying motivations and perceptions. Those were the goals for us as an organization to help her. All right, so the intervention. Well, the participants self-selected into coaching. This is one of the points I wanted to deliver to you guys is, hey, understand that there's assessment tools out here available to you. And they don't always have to be really expensive, but they can be extremely valuable to you. This person self-identified, say, you know what, I want to use this tool to help me understand my future. And she completed the IDI and the LEA and had her observers complete the LEA as well. So she filled it out, the LEA for herself and had her people that reported to her and people that she reported to and her colleagues fill it out. So she had a well-rounded view of, or 360 view of how she shows up to work. And that individual feedback was then delivered to her in a 6-month coaching program was developed and executed on. So her IDI scores, what we found in terms of what was driving her, where her energy was, she got a lot of energy from supporting others, from striving to achieve and to excel, and from recognizing and capitalizing on opportunity, and from having authority, being in charge and demonstrating influence. So when I said a lot of energy, I meant to say she had less energy for that. And it was key. So less energy for supporting others, striving to achieve and excel. She didn't care about, being number one, right? She didn't care about recognizing, capitalizing on opportunity, having authority, being in charge. Remember that. She had more energy for being a part of a team, a group. She liked to be part of something. I get a lot of energy from that as well. She got more energy from intellectual stimulation, both creative and analytical. She had more energy from organization, process, and efficiency, and how she went about her daily job. She had more energy from free of outside interference, meaning like, let me do my thing. Let me do my thing. Like, I like to be left alone and not micromanaged. And she got more energy from feeling that she was doing things the right way. Now the 360, the LEA gave her some feedback. Remember, this is where how she shows up. The 360 highlight said that she had a strong agreement across self and observer perceptions, meaning that because she filled it out, and what she said how she shows up was in alignment with what her team said that how she shows up. That's good. In many cases, sometimes there's a disconnect. Doesn't matter, but in this case, everything lined up, and it was demonstrating less playing nice with other behaviors. Right? Remember, she had more energy for being part of her team in a group, but how she was showing up was playing nice with other behaviors. That was less, and she demonstrated more knowledge-based and strategic behaviors. That made sense, right? Willingness to make a decision, structure and process behaviors, and command and control behaviors. Command and control behaviors. She didn't get a lot of energy from that, but that's how she was showing up. All right. So the IDI driving, it showed that a strong desire to be part of a team, experience camaraderie, and make personal connections. The LEA, what she was doing was not demonstrating any behaviors that are conducive to this, therefore not being perceived as someone who wants to get along well with others. There's a disconnect. This is why it's valuable to get that specific information for yourself. The IDI said she has little desire to be in charge of others, be in a position of power, of influence and power, or to tell others what to do. It's not that she couldn't do that or didn't do that, but she didn't have a desire. She didn't get energy from that. What the LEA showed that she was doing was demonstrating very strong command and control managerial behaviors. She was in a situation where, for whatever reason, she was expected to, or she just felt that she had to really push on those energy and that behavior to strongly manage and control her environment and team. That's what was creating a lot of distress and lack of enjoyment of her job. So the IDI says she had a preference for process, procedure, and doing things the way they should be done. And she didn't appreciate the art of the sale. Right? But the LEA, what she was doing was working in an environment where the rules get bent all the time. Like, for example, promises being made to a client that couldn't be delivered upon. Right? So that was causing her a lot of stress. She liked things to be done the right way. Right? So the results was adding motivation brought behavioral conversation to a deeper level and provided significant insight to her. And it was looking at both the LEA and the IDI revealed some critical misalignments from energy to how she was showing up that explained some of the deep satisfaction she was feeling. And it really helped her to process how she was feeling and aided in her decision-making moving forward. Meaning like she knew what she was contending with. So ultimately, what happened was she understood that, in terms of the question, is it me or is it them? You ever thought, is it you or is it the company? Is it you or is it the team you're with? It helped to answer that question. And she decided to stay in her current position. And she arrived at a place of recognition and a greater sense of her own value and how to structure her environment moving forward, where she got more job satisfaction in what she was doing. So that is kind of the value of assessments. And so I wanted to take this back to kind of what we're experiencing in our workforce right now. So we're still in this great resignation. People are slowly coming back, but there's a lot of people that really haven't come back. Or there's a lot of people now that have come back, but they're collecting checks. They're not really getting energy from the position. Maybe that's you. How many of us are working in positions where, you know what, I just don't get a lot of passion from that. Just don't really enjoy doing what I'm doing. Hopefully, you're in a position where you really enjoy what you're doing. You get a lot of passion and enjoyment out of your job, out of adding value to others, and you're in a great career. Unfortunately, a lot of people are not in that situation. So it's what my message to you today is to understand that where are you? Where are you feeling that you are in your career? And understand that there's something that you can do about it. There's something that you can do about it. But use tools. Don't just let your career happen. Don't let your career happen. There was one of my sales professionals that worked under me a few years back, was considering a promotion into a specialty type of position, and they were going to pay her a boatload of money. It was a great position monetary wise. I mean, she was going to get broke off, as they say, right? And the problem was this person got a lot of energy from interacting with others. That's what made her so good with her customers. I'd ride out with her, and there wouldn't be any customer office that we would go to where they didn't just love her. They absolutely loved her, and she got a lot of energy from that interaction, right? So in this new position, though, it was going to change, and there would be weeks that would go by where she wouldn't see any customer. Might even be a month when she would have no customer interaction, no real team interaction. And so as I was speaking to her and coaching her on this opportunity, what I wasn't going to do was say, hey, don't take this position, because I'm not going to stand in the way of someone's blessing. But what I was telling her was, understand where you get your energy from. Because if you don't replace that energy and you then all of a sudden fill up your days in a space where you're going to feel a weight on your shoulders, you're just going to feel blah, you're just going to feel like, what's wrong? Like, I don't enjoy this. If you're in that space and you don't have an outlet that's going to increase that energy, you're going to be in trouble. This is not going to be a good position for you. So you take the position, but you find ways within your organization to pick up maybe a preceptor, another gig. Maybe you get on other teams like employee resource groups, or even outside of the organization, you get involved with things where you have a lot of interaction with others, where you can kind of replenish, that pool of energy that you get from interacting with others. You see where that comes into play? So it's not to say, hey, well, you don't get any energy from this, so this position is not for you. No, it's to say, you know what? I get energy from blah, blah, blah. And so this position, I'm likely to be, doing things that are going to give me that energy, which is great. Or I'm likely going to be doing things that are not going to give me that energy. So I need to figure out ways to structure my environment that's going to allow me to show up and still enjoy my job, still feel like I'm making a difference, and still feel like this is a great fit for myself. So that's another example of how you approach career development and figuring out where you get your energy from. I mentioned, myself. So I've been in leadership positions since 2000, and with a number of different organizations in a number of different capacities. And what I found was I had a real passion for connecting with others and really helping them be the best that they could be. And that was fed by some great mentoring that I had in my life, right? So one of my mentors said, Gene, don't worry about how high your you're going in your organization, how well thought you are in the organization. Focus instead on the value and the impact that you can have. When it's all said and done, what are they going to say about you? And what will your legacy and impact be? Where do you want that to be? How much impact do you want to have on the teams and the individuals that you're leading? Start from that standpoint and figure out, okay, how do you design your career that's going to put you in position to hit that end from a career standpoint? To be in the types of positions where you can really relate and really motivate, to really coach up others to be their best selves. So I take that information and I say, okay, what are the different positions that I can have in this organization? And how do I continue to build skill sets that are going to allow me to be successful today, as well as allow me to be successful in the future, and that allow me to feed some of my passions. So what I did was I'm involved with different employee resource groups, and I've taken on various leader positions in the organization, various projects that allow me to interact and allow me to use my analytical and my curiosity and all the other areas where I get my energies from. I've created various not positions, but interactions and opportunities within the same organization where I can feed those energies. My analytics, I just took what they call a gig. It's a 6-month gig where I can learn digital health. And it's a whole nother world that I wasn't really aware of, but I'm learning it, and that feeds my curiosity. Where are you in your career? What are things that you can do that may pay you more or may not, but will feed the energy that's so important to balance around you, to allow you to show up and feel like, this is the place for me. Don't just stay stagnant in your one position. Stretch yourself, but do it in a way that's strategic and aligned to where you get your energies from. Too often we hear that, well, you got to stretch yourself. Well, what does that really mean? Maybe I take this position, but it's terrible for where I get my energy from. And then you end up wasting time, or you end up, making connections and taking a position that's really just not aligned to who you are. So do you want a specific roadmap that's going to really help you strategically get to where you are? Remember, or where you're going, remember what's happening with AI. AI is going to be eliminating a lot of jobs as well as creating jobs. So you gotta be 2 steps ahead, 3 steps ahead of what's hitting this and what's hitting our people. You gotta stay ahead of this, but do it strategically from a sense of, hey, this is where my energies lie. This is how I show up. This is how I want to show up, and this is what I'm going to do to make that happen, versus sitting back and waiting for life to happen to you. Because for the vast majority of us, if we sit back and wait for this to happen to us, in many cases, it's not going to be pleasant. So take control. You can control it. You can make a difference in your own life, and you can make a great difference in the lives of those around you once you fully understand it and are able to fully be your true, authentic self. So hopefully that was helpful to you. And I believe I am up on my time, so I will close on that. And thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for being on this platform.
Thank you, Gene. You're an amazing thinker. The presentation was excellent. And I said this earlier today for another presentation, but I find myself saying, again, truthfully, not a canned statement, we're better for having heard what you imparted on us. So we're going to have to go back, play it again, take notes, but this was powerful. So we have this catchphrase, but it is no longer a catchphrase. It is a fact. Genius is common. I saw it today. I saw you. I'll see you on the other side.
See you on the other side.
Thank you, sir. Now, I want to thank everybody for coming. You know, these aren't possible without our sponsors. So we want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for June of 2023. They are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Melanie Shani Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and finally, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hi, welcome to our virtual Derrick Automotive Experience Center here in beautiful Atlantic Station, located in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Derek Bailey, the founder of Derrick Automotive Technologies. Come in. Let me grab you a drink and tell you a little bit about our company. By the way, did you know that we have cocktail hours every other Friday evening from 7 to 10? And again on Saturday afternoons from 11 to 5? It's a good way to come in and learn about the company. You should stop by and bring a friend. So, let me tell you a little about us. Derrick Automotive is a company with a simple mission, which is to make electric vehicles more convenient for consumers by changing the way electric vehicles are recharged. Plug-in charging is really the only thing slowing the mass adoption of electric vehicles. And the adoption of electric vehicles is going to be so important to our battle with climate change. Derrick Automotive has a practical solution, which is to put a small generator that we call the Proteus into our vehicle. The Proteus's sole function is to convert fuel into electricity. But here's the key. It converts that fuel with a smaller carbon footprint than if that kilowatt hour was created at a power plant. And here's something else you might not know. When you create a kilowatt hour at a power plant, by the time they transmit that power down the power lines, anywhere from 15 to 40% of it could be lost. So, to plug millions of electric cars into the power grid and then lose 15 to 40% of every kilowatt hour of power that's created, in our opinion, doesn't make a lot of sense. With the introduction of our Proteus, where we can create that same kilowatt hour at the car, eliminate all those transmission line losses, and all at a carbon footprint that's on par with the power plant anyhow. So we bring convenience without increasing the carbon footprint. We allow vehicles to travel further and with less hassle And since it's actually comparable to charging from the electric grid, why should consumers be inconvenienced? And we believe that once consumers are no longer inconvenienced, electric vehicles are going to take their place in the automotive sector.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. Yes, that's his given name. No, don't look into it. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, turtle, cat, turtle, frog, hamster, fish,
Goldie?
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors on every lane, drive, and even a few cul-de-sacs brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies.
You guys are so cute.
Bunnies.
You are so cute.
Bunnies.
You're so cute.
Bunnies everywhere. A lifelong lover of Laporte, Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms.
Hi, how you doing? How is she? Did you meet Jackie? Jackie, Barbara, Jackie? This is Betsy.
The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage.
Yes, I'm gonna get to you. Give me a second. We're gonna get you in real soon. Don't worry, all right? And then...
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business.
Well, good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gene Baker from GPB Consulting. I am your moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, North Carolina, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities from all over the world. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, to educate businesses about business. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate businesses about business. So this evening, joining us on a panel, I have two tremendous, outstanding individuals. I'm going to start with a woman named Loretta McNary. Loretta McNary is a renowned global media host, CEO, and philanthropist with over 20 years of on-air TV and radio experience. In 2020, she created McNary Media Network, a multi-platform streaming network that produces and promotes movies, TV shows, and webisodes. Loretta is the CEO and founder of the Pink Eagles, Inc., a leadership and development nonprofit for girls and women on the move. Reimagined a networking organization empowering women across the U.S. In 2008, in lieu of celebrating her show's anniversary each year, she created the Kindle Awards Gala, an annual black tie event honoring the extraordinary achievements and sacrifices of unsung heroes. With her captivating presence and unwavering commitment to helping others excel, Loretta continues to inspire and make a positive impact on a global scale as a speaker and as an author. Loretta's lifelong mission is to be a great mom, encourage everyone to live with purpose, and to use their gifts and talents to make a positive difference in the lives of others, so that worldwide, the next generation will be better equipped to do the same. So welcome to the panel, Loretta, and also joining us this evening is Sydney Wormsby. So Sydney is an experienced business executive with over 30 years of demonstrated success in developing and implementing strategic solutions that integrate all functions of business for solving complex and high-impact situations. He has proven results in leading and coaching teams for business startups, business turnarounds and transformations, new product development and implementation of Six Sigma and total quality management techniques. The diversity of his career roles and experiences puts him in a truly unique position to be able to identify, understand, and resolve business issues from every perspective. His years as a senior executive for JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and PepsiCo, and others have paired with his many years as an entrepreneur and small business owner, president of 15 location restaurant businesses, and his decade-long experience as an adjunct professor teaching almost every course in the College of Business, Accounting, and Economics at Brooklyn College in New York City. Additionally, he has designed, managed, and led transformations of every function within organizations, including designing and managing local and global operations, designing enterprise-wide costing and accounting systems, designing global product solutions, and leading the entry of those products into new markets throughout Asia, North America, and Europe, as well as managing both startups and business transformation. He now uses his vast and diverse experience to focus his work with CEOs and entrepreneurs, small business owners, and leadership teams to implement simple strategies that result in explosive growth in revenue and profits for their organizations. He is a passionate and inspirational leader that demonstrates a particular interest in guiding into success of women and minority-owned businesses. Mr. Wormsby has several other areas of interest, including being a keynote speaker, an author, a deacon in his church, and still finds time to be an active athlete. So welcome to the show, Sydney, and welcome, Loretta.
Hi, thank you.
Hey, Gene. How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Be on this panel with y'all.
I want to meet that Sydney guy. He sounds like the way you read it.
He does, yeah.
Like, whoa, who is that?
Who is that guy?
Who's that guy?
Absolutely.
Who's that lady, actually, too? My goodness.
Jeez.
Yeah. So a lot of experience sitting here on this panel.
Yeah.
So,
thank you, Gene.
Yeah. So, you know, we have kind of an open forum here, but you know, as we think about kind of the ABCs of business, and we think about what we can do as business leaders, and not just meeting today's challenge, but I'm so into not just meeting today's challenge, but positioning our businesses and positioning ourselves to be successful in the future. As you think about, you know, what it means and what it's going to take to position yourself as an individual. We'll start as an individual, and then we'll look at from a business standpoint, you know, what can businesses do to be aligned with success in the future. I'll start with you, Loretta. What can an individual do to kind of position themselves to be successful in tomorrow's business environment?
I really think to have not only success, but have a greater impact in this world, we all need to have some self-conversations and really figure out who we are. Because what I found in my life, travel and speaking and meeting people, we've dialed ourselves down for whatever reason. Maybe it was a corporate job, or it was nurture versus nature. And so we're not authentic. We've copied a lot of other people's personalities. And so I think when we can decide to become more transparent, have self-care and love, and then be authentic, and then I think we'll be more successful, more impactful, and that will liberate other people to do the same. And you'll see that the world will start shifting in the place where it was created to be, and that is a world filled with joy, peace, happiness, brotherly love, and respect, if people just knew their value and were appreciated. So that's what I would start with.
I'm going to echo that from a couple of perspectives. One, there was a book a while back that was called Vision, Values, and Courage. And the author talked about that you need to create vision a vision of your career, your organization that's aligned with your values. And that when you do that, you'll have the courage, you know, to withstand those obstacles, et cetera, that you're going to be faced with. And as I've looked through my own career, and as I've talked with folks, you know, about, you know, what does it take to be successful? I always talk about things like the 3 Ds, dedication, determination, and discipline. And, you know, that dedication is having that passion, that commitment to an ideal, a goal, an outcome, et cetera. That, you know, discipline is about commitment to a process, a strategy, and approach. And determination is about, you know, just commitment to success. And I think some of what Loretta was talking about is when you become authentic, you know, you're relying now on your values of what you believe, and that you now can be more determined because you know who you're standing for, what you're standing for, and you can go out there and really, whatever gets thrown at you, whatever gets put in your way, kind of fight through that and, you know, kind of show what you're capable of doing and feel confident about, you know, presenting that going forward. So I think those things will always serve you well. I think if you can make yourself indispensable, especially in a corporate environment, you know, and a lot of times people say, well, I'm not taking that role, I'm not taking that job if they don't pay me more money, if they don't do it. It's like, no, go make yourself indispensable. The money will follow. You know, everything else comes after that. But when you make yourself indispensable, when you start delivering, when you're making a difference, you know, people will seek you out. People will reward you and recognize you for it, or you will go somewhere on your own and do it for yourself.
Absolutely.
So true. I agree with all of that. And, you know, one aspect, as I think about this, my keynote, one of my main keynotes is leading with values. So as you were talking about values and whatnot and being authentic and the meaning of that and the importance of that, I was like, yes. So leading with values is so critical. So when your values align with the organization that you're working for, everything's, just flows from there. Your creativity, your willingness to engage and collaborate goes up and your productivity skyrockets. But I would say also from a skills standpoint, it's a soft skill is learning to connect, really be a connector. I think is a really important skill and somewhat lost on some of the younger generation is, and for a lot of different, a myriad of reasons, but it is what it is. They walk around, and a lot of us walk around with a phone in our hands and we're texting, but we forget how to really truly connect on a personal basis with those that are around us and those that we're leading. So I think it's really important that as we're working with organizations and we're working with our own teams, is that everybody on a team has developed a capacity to want to and then know how to connect with those around them in a meaningful way. Because when we are connected, that allows us to feel relaxed. That allows us to understand, hidden biases and all kinds of other things that otherwise would create barriers for communication. So it all starts with really not just recognizing biases, but having the capacity to connect with those around us.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Loretta.
No, I was just saying, I agree with him on what he's saying. And I think because when you're authentic and you know your value and your place, then regardless of what you do or what you say, you don't have to depend on memory and you don't have to lie about it. People know who you are, what they're getting, what you stand for, and you won't be like, a ship you just tossed wherever the wind blows, which is what I see a lot. And I just think it's time out for that. It's time out for that.
I wanted to kind of connect with something that Jean was talking about also in terms of the interaction and back in the day, call it EQ skills, the emotional quotient skills, the ability to active listen. When I had a supervisor once who said, I know you heard the words, but did you hear what they said? And that's the thing that says, look, there's all kind of conversation that somebody's giving you, information and communication that they're giving you in what they say, the way they say it. It's not just about the words. It's like, what are they saying? What are they trying to tell you? What's the message they're trying to communicate? Is it fear? Is it, support? Is it inspiration? What is it that they're talking about? They said these words, but what did they really say? And are you connected to that? In a way that you can then respond back to them with not your line, but something that means something to them, that is addressing their emotion, their, communication, their content, et cetera. So.
I love that. I remember early in my, I first became a people leader in 2002. And back in those days, I was really focused on marketing messages and I spent a lot of time on this is how you should say things, and I would spend a lot of time, hours coming out with exact words. If you had 2 minutes, if you had 5 minutes, if you had 10 minutes, if you had a whole hour with the customer, this is how you say things. And I'd write them down and have whole scripts and whatever. And people, across the organization, Gene, that's great. Share this, blah, blah, blah. And, I felt I was doing my job. I was, value all this kind of stuff. But then I just realized across my team, I said, nobody was really delivering it in the intent, in the way that I felt they should be delivered. And I realized it was very early message as a leader. I don't want a bunch of Genes running around. The diversity of my team is the strength of my team. And you got to not just hear the words, but internalize it and help the customer experience what we're trying to convey.
Right.
And so, that's a communication point that's just universal across everything is like you said, it's not what I'm saying, not that you heard it, but did you really hear? Did you internalize it? Did you understand what I'm putting down?
Yep.
Yeah, but I think the onus is also on the person who's doing the speaking too, and knowing who you're talking to. Because I remember telling my children something. I need you to go in there. I need you to make up your bed, and then I need you to go in there and put those dirty clothes in here, and then I need you to make sure your homework is done. And then before we even leave, I need you to do this, and then something else happens. And you know what they're going to do? Probably is just one of that 12 things. So we as leaders and bosses and entrepreneurs, and we need to make sure that we know how to make sure they understand, and their perception is their reality. So we have to not only make sure they're understanding that we're saying it so they can understand it.
That's the Charlie Brown communication. Remember Charlie Brown cartoon?
Yeah, absolutely.
When the teacher would talk, wah, 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 wah. That's all they heard.
Yeah, and especially this day and time with this limited attention spans that everybody has. So you gotta dial it back and use, instead of your $50 words, unless you're in a $50 crowd, you need to use some of your smaller words so they can understand, because sometimes when you don't, you're setting people up to fail.
Well, I think it goes back to what Gene was saying about the, how do you connect with folks? So, I think you're saying both saying kind of the same thing about the, who are you speaking to? How do they, take in information? What is important to them? How do you relate something? Do you use an analogy that means something to them? If I'm saying, I need this to be done, do I use an analogy that if you're a tennis player, I'm going to talk to you in tennis terms? If you're a surgeon, I'm going to talk to you like a doctor. And it doesn't mean I have to be those things, but I'm going to relate it to something that you would relate to, so that you go, oh, I get it. I understand. That makes sense to me now. I know what you're looking for. I know what you're trying to say. I understand the point you're trying to make. And I can either now agree, disagree, whatever, but we now are having good, honest communication so that we know each other's position.
Yes, and a conversation is 2-way or 3-way or 4-way. It is never just monologue. Right. You got to make sure that they have a chance to mirror what you said, and then ask them some open-ended questions to make sure they understood.
Yeah, you're circling back, and you're checking for understanding in a way that's not demeaning or anything, but just. It is what it is. Like, I understand that you may have heard what I said differently. So what have you heard? I just said a whole lot, but you might have only got, like you said, 10 seconds of that.
Or 2 things.
Ask your kids, right, Loretta? What did I just say? Tell me what I said.
I work within corporate America too. And my thing is, I don't like to handhold, because I don't like it done to me. So as a leader, I don't like to handhold. But what I'm finding is, I need to rename it, number one, because it is a necessity when there's more than 2 or 3 people involved. You do have to have checks and balances, so that person, for accountability, because people don't value like when I was younger and coming up. So you have to just go back and hold their hands, lead them from A to B to C. And hopefully there is more value that they bring to the table than just understanding.
Well, that's an interesting point, because that was one of the things I got to learn. I wouldn't say I had to. I got to learn early in my career. There's a concept called situational leadership, where you're talking about what kind of leadership style do you need based on the people you're trying to lead, and that's based on what their readiness situation is to perform whatever you're asking them to do. So I may need to handhold if your readiness is, requiring that kind of leadership style, or I may need to delegate if your readiness is, I got this, I know what I need to do, and I'm really motivated to do it. And so it's important as a leader to be able to assess, where are my people, in terms of their readiness to do what I'm getting ready to ask them to do, not by their age, not by their tenure, but by this task I want them to do. Are they motivated to do it? Are they capable of doing it? And then based on that, then I'll choose what leadership style I need to have. So.
And that's where the diversity and equity and inclusion, that's where equity comes in. Diversity is all of us have our own uniqueness. Inclusion is, I want to make sure all of us can see the game. But equity means that Maybe this person is shorter or taller. Maybe they can't hear as well as the other person, or maybe they excel in the area that the other one. So where the equity comes in, me knowing my people enough to know how they learn, how they are more, how it can lead to their success. But just being diverse, having diversity and inclusion is not enough. We need equity. You need to make sure those shoes fit everybody that you gave shoes for.
Yeah. And you said knowing your people. Knowing your people takes effort. It takes desire. You got to care about your people in order to want to know them, in order to eventually know them. I so many times over the years, as I had mentioned earlier in my talk, was these restructurings, and sometimes I pick up an entirely new team mid year, and you might pick up an employee that was on a PIP, personal performance improvement plan, or maybe the prior manager really didn't like them, and you pick them up, and that this person is potentially on their way out, but what kind of opportunity do you give that person? Do you give them a clean slate, or do you sit down and say, okay, you tell me what you've done, how you feel about what you've done, how you feel about yourself, how you feel about this job, where you feel your strengths are, why have you been successful in the past, what's holding you from having that same type of success in the future? How can I help you have that type of success? And it was amazing how many times it just totally changed the tenor, and this person, you just see the person just kind of relax and like, thank you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, for believing me, for seeing me. Right. And this is that connecting skill is, and like you had just said, is you got to be able, you got to care. You got to care about your people, because when you care, regardless of their performance, they're more likely to say, okay, you know what, let me reconnect with who I am and why I like my position, why I like this organization, and what I need to do to meet expectations or exceed expectations. And now you're starting from a different place than if, you go in and you say, yeah, okay, you're on this PIP, and I'm going to move you out of the organization. I can't, actually, it's never happened. I've never picked up an employee and continued to PIP and move them out of the organization. Everybody has been able to be successful. And that's from an organizational standpoint, right? I mean, you want to keep people that can be successful in your organization versus bringing someone completely new.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask a question of you two, since we're on the panel and talking about Black business, et cetera. Can in all your experiences, one, do you think that it takes something different for whether you're corporate or a small business owner? And if you think it's different in each of those environments, say so in your response. But is there a different requirement for success for Black corporate folks versus white majority folks, or for Black small business owners versus white business owners? What has your experience shown? We talked a little bit before about what does it take to be successful. Do you think it's different for Blacks within the business environment, in the business world, corporate and entrepreneurial?
Okay, let me ask this, because that's a great question. I'm glad you asked it, Sydney, because it is loaded. It is loaded with so many different dynamics and a different dichotomy depending on, because we seem to think that Black is more than just a so-called race of people, and that is how people act. So for me, growing up, middle class, multiracial neighborhood, a mom and dad, stay-at-home mom. So my dichotomy was different from most of my friends even that look like me. So we almost have to redefine what Blackness is and a Black business. So to me, for corporate America and Black, I think it's the same, because rules, spiritual principles, and business principles are interchangeable, just renamed. So I think value, treating people with respect, giving people value for their the exchange of money or time should be equal. Everything should be of excellence, regardless of your color. Do I want Black people to be super successful? Absolutely, hands down. So don't get that twisted, right? But I think excellence is unity, is corporate, is not a race. Fair price is not a race. So I just don't want people lowering the bar or then making me jump through more hoops because I am a Black female business owner. I love justice, and not man's justice, God's justice, of course, and I wish we all could have that. So to answer your question, which is a great question, I think we should spend more time on that as people. Especially, my business is my business, and I'm going to run it with with justice, excellence, good and fair pricing, good information, relevant information. And then when I worked in corporate America, I'm always a minority in my group, and I felt like I was always the smartest. But did my paycheck represent that? No. Did my responsibilities were more than my paycheck? Absolutely, every time. But my title and my pay never met. So, and I think as Black people, and especially as women, we run against that old boys club thing. So to answer your question, I don't think there should be a difference in the way business is done, because business is business. But that's just my experience and my opinion.
What about you?
Yeah, I would agree with pretty much all of that. Business is business, and I think as Black professionals, we all know the story. Like, you can't be average. Like,
no, we got to be better.
You always got to be better. You coming in more than likely above the average. I've worked in healthcare and pharmaceuticals. There's very, very few of us, and we tend to be very talented people. It is what it is. But here's why I noticed something, and this is where my point will be. When I was a national sales trainer for this pharma organization, we used to bring in field trainers to help out in a 3-week class. Reps would come in across the country. They would stay at a hotel. Their class would be 3 weeks. So it was very, very intense, training. And so these trainers would come in, and it was kind of their audition to be full-time trainers. And so anyway, this one class came in. I happened to be leading that class, and one of the people coming in was from California. This gentleman, Black guy, had military experience, was a captain in the armed forces, was a specialty representative, had great numbers, very, very, very talented. This guy was awesome. And one of the things that we did was spend a lot of time in breakout sessions in small groups, really intensive coaching to the sales professionals. And so he had his own group. I was assigned his mentor. And so in writing evaluations for these people, he would have to run everything by me, etc. I gave him opportunities to present in class. Long story short, he did everything at a really high level. I was so proud of this guy. I'm like, man, you killing the game. I was so proud of him. I'm like, man, matter of fact, what you writing on these evaluations, let me take some of that. I'll use some of that in mine. That's how well he wrote. Usually, a lot of times with field trainings, you got to rewrite all the evaluations because people can't write anymore. But anyway, this guy was top notch. Anyway, class ended, and his leadership team in California was calling, and they wanted feedback. So all the management team, all the trainers got into the director's room, and we ran around the room giving feedback on this guy. So I was one of the last people, and I'm listening to this feedback. And his feedback was, he seemed like a really nice guy. I really don't have anything bad to say about him, but you're not saying anything great.
Right.
And so as this went around, I'm getting hot. I'm getting hot. And I'm like, this dude is he's getting blown up in a very subtle way, getting blown up. So by the time it got to me, I'm like, I'm not sure what you guys are looking at, but what I observed, boom, 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 boom. I mean, what else do you want this man to do?
Right.
You want him to tap dance for you? And it's we don't disagree. We don't disagree. Yeah, I just see him. He did a great job, but we don't disagree.
I think the requirements, I think that's the point both of you are making. The requirements are the same. What you got to do to be successful are the same. I think the obstacles, which is what each of you were talking about too, the obstacles are very different than what others have to put up with.
Yeah.
And our parents didn't lie to us. When they said you got to be twice as good and you got to be, we all can tell the stories, of what we had to put up with, what we had to do, how we had to, make ourselves known, and which is going back to what I said about make yourself indispensable. You can't ignore me. You can't ignore me when I just delivered all this stuff. You got to call on me again, because there's no one else who's doing that, et cetera, et cetera. Now, you may not want to, you may not have thought about it, but in advance. But when they say, well, who's going to deliver? Well, you got to call him, because he got it done, this time, that time, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's some of the frustration that folks deal in the corporate world. But the reason why I was asking and wanted to get into it, because I was on a chat group the other day, and question came up, and it was a predominantly Black business owners, chat group, founders, CEOs, et cetera. And the question was about, do you think, or why do you think folks don't invest in Black businesses? And so it was a kind of a question of, do you think, but why don't they do it more? And So they were coming, and the way they asked the question was, I don't think it's happening. I don't think they're investing in Black businesses. Why do you think that is? And the responses that were coming in were, I will just say, a lot of the myths and trite, kind of sayings that, have, they're not as high quality. They, don't provide, they're not as credible. They don't have, the strongest skill set. They're, it's all of these kinds of things. Some were, they don't get the funding and financing. So again, kind of first and foremost, do you think Black businesses get the same kind of investment and credibility amongst, the general population? And if not, why not? And I'll leave it at that, open it up, let you guys tell me what your thoughts are.
Yeah. So do they get the same type of investment? No. Why not? Maybe some of it's awareness of where capital is. There's certainly an education, opportunity there. Some of it's, credit, in many cases, the credit that's needed is not there. So therefore, your access to capital investment is not there. And I do think that you're dealing with a perception. There's a hill that you got to get over just in terms of perception of the quality of the business. I work with a Black-owned TV network. I'm the corporate affairs director. And I can tell you, we have a fantastic, well done TV network. It is phenomenal. And I can tell you, we've met with people very high up in Washington, in a lot of different organizations. And they meet with you, but then they don't necessarily follow through or support you. And you're like, you say you want to support Black business, but here we are, and you're not working with us. I don't know what the answer is, but I think there's this perception that, either the table's not big enough for all of us, or, what you're really going to provide is not what you say you can provide.
Loretta?
I agree with what you're saying. I have a different take on it. So, because historically we weren't having these kinds of conversations as people like to say, a people. We didn't know to have these kind of literacy conversation, financial literacy conversation, economic literacy conversation. We were still having conversations about just primary education, having a fairness there. So, and then I think when we learn what we need to know, we're not going back enough to share it. And of course, requirements are the same, but expectations are warped. They do expect us to be, downplay our brands, our know-how. And then there is so many other businesses that feed into that, but they're not only Black businesses that are subpar, but they're white businesses. But we have to understand, because the people who have the money have the power. Whether they're smarter, better, kinder, wiser or not, they have the power. So collectively, and again, historically, we haven't had people in place that could really pass us on or have that good old boy network for us in those high positions. Because I think for a long time, we were just going to be in sports and entertainment, restaurants, and now we're playing, and we're able to play and succeed and take over technology, economics, and all of that. So we are playing catch up. Now, I know there are some people who have said no to some amazing businesses like the one you were talking about, Jean. But I think if we realize where power is, and that we collectively come together, and maybe not all just Black people or Black businesses, but those people who believe that there should be equity, inclusion, and diversity in whatever industry. And then we need to study and make ourselves worthy to have an audience. Because if somebody called me and said, hey, Loretta, the executive vice president of the Chamber of Commerce for the United States wants to have a meeting with you, and they want you to pitch. What most of us would do with either one or two things. We'll say yes, or we'll say no. And then when we say yes, we're going to go and not prepare. Thinking because they invited me, they must be interested. No, I need to wow them over the moon. And then again, because I am a Black female. And until we realize nobody's just going to give it to us because we're Black and because we're good and because we're excellence, I think the time now is to really just dominate and take over. But you have to have your duckies in a row, as we like to say, and be the best, undeniably the best.
Well, and I think some of the stuff we were talking about before kind of dovetails into this, that so Jean, you were mentioning before that, you might not have had the financial understanding, financial literacy, but there are a lot of other predominantly, white businesses didn't either. But they got to, they hadn't had to, because they had somebody who would take them under their wings, et cetera. And I think, I would agree with you what you're saying, Loretta, that, hey, those are the obstacles that we face. So that is it. It is what it is. Now, how do you get over that? How do you get past that, et cetera? One of the things during Black History Month for the last 3 years, I started doing these talks and workshops around little known folks in Black history who changed the world, and started talking about different pioneers within their segment, their industry, whether they were in transportation, whether they were in food, whether they were in science and technology, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea was to show all of these phenomenal folks who did these phenomenal things, who completely changed the world as we know it. That says we wouldn't have the things that we have now without these folks. You never heard of them. So it's not about there's not Black excellence. That Black excellence has always existed.
Right. Yes.
Through the resourcefulness, through the determination, through all that kind of stuff. It's a fact of, we need to recognize that in ourselves. There was a movie once that talked about knowing that you come from kings, that, we need to start understanding and recognizing and acknowledging that we all came from royalty, did phenomenal things, have the ability to do phenomenal things. And so when you face those obstacles, don't cow down. When you face those obstacles, don't, moan and groan, don't whine and complain. Just make yourself indispensable. Just say, you know what, I'm going to get it done. I'm going to make it happen. And I'm going to make sure I'm prepared. You know what, you didn't want to give me the money, but I'm going to come back again another time, and yada, 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 all those kinds of things. Because there was a whole lot of the myths that I heard out there when, through this chat group, that I'm like, whoa, how do you respond to all of this stuff coming from, from inside of us, from our own? about credibility, about, oh, well, we don't do this, et cetera, et cetera. And it's just not, accurate, not true. And we need to dispel those amongst ourselves and start recognizing people who are doing phenomenal things and, saying that we all have that ability, or a lot more have that ability than, what, we might think, et cetera. So
there is so much Black excellence out there. It's always been there, but it's certainly there today. I'm part of a Black fraternity, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and as in other fraternities, there's just an amazing amount of just wonderful, talented, pioneering type of people. And I remember going to a national convention, and this was one of the topics, and was like, okay, how do we help support our Black entrepreneurs and our Black businesses? And so there was an awareness. There was, then they brought in, they said, okay, financing, procurement, all these different things that are skill sets needed in business. They brought people from Black-owned business banks. They brought people that were experts in procurement. They brought people, and they said, okay, you got a business. Let's set up time. Let's make those connections right here, right now. And I think that urgency of today is the point I want to land on. There is, what, the businesses or the people that are in the know, that have resources, I think it's so critical in this time period that we, each one reach one. That we bring people together, that we take that responsibility. I know it can be heavy on our shoulders, but it's so needed. It happens in other cultures. It's built into their culture. Like they wouldn't think of it doing any other way. Right. And I think it's just a learned behavior that we have to reignite within our own people.
How do you mention it just there, Gene? How do we inspire or create an environment for Black to buy Black? So are there specific things you think we should be doing or could be doing as a Black entrepreneur, business owner yourselves, Loretta, Gene, are there things that you think we should be doing this and that would create more of a motivation for Black to buy Black, or more of a structure for Black to buy Black? Do you think that's even a necessary thing, or is that just it'd be okay if it did happen, but not necessary?
You know what? I wish we would just normalize not having to identify that our business is Black or woman-owned or Christian or faith or whatever, that our products, our services speak for themselves in a fair market. Until we get a fair market, I really believe we should be more intentional about shopping within the Black community, especially those who get it, who have done the work, whose prices are fair, their products and services are very quality, they're not overpriced, they're not subpar, and start there. If everybody started somewhere, and I do business with Black businesses, but what I'm trying to normalize is not because they're Black, but because they're good, because they're excellent. And us telling our own stories and stop waiting on people to tell the story of the Black trailblazers, the leaders, the people whose shoulders we stand on. And then we get mad when somebody else is telling that story. Well, that's crazy to me. It's crazy. I don't care who's telling the story as long as the story gets told, especially if you're not trying to tell the story. Right? We have so many issues in the crab mentality, and not only in the Black community, but I'm just talking about the Black community because I am Black. They have, other people have it too, but let us rise. And like Tyler Perry says, when we climb, let's lift. Climb and lift, and spotlight and highlight those people who are currently doing it, because there are a ton of us like-minded people who are doing that. And not only do I have to fight against, people who don't look like me, but I have to fight against people who look like me, because sometimes I'm not Black enough. Sometimes I'm too Black. And I just want us all to win. I want us all to rise to the occasion. We've always been royalty, always have been, always will be, and are currently. We get stuck in the slavery, which was wrong. But let me tell you, they did more with less than we will ever do with more. So don't look at just the bad side of it, because it was bad. Nobody should be oppressed and owned. No person, no human. But that's more to our history. Like you said, Sydney, we're royalty.
Yeah, we are royalty. I for Juneteenth, I went down to the Charles Wright Museum in Detroit, and one of the exhibits they had there was on the Green Book. You remember where it was basically a book where Black folk could understand where they could go to eat, where they could go and stay in establishments that they were allowed to frequent. And to your point, Loretta, I think there's this awareness that needs to happen, and there's now apps that are out there that that identify Black businesses and categorize them in certain ways. So they're trying to do that, and we just need to we need to lift those types of resources out into the community. And that's be step one. But sometimes I think there's a consistency in that message too. I spent some time as president of our local chapter of the fraternity, and one of the things that we wanted to do was to create an awareness of Black banks, Black financial institutions, and how can we talk the talk when we're not even investing or supporting our Black-owned banks. Right. But I tell you, it was hard. People don't want to move their money around. So it's, I don't know. It's
well,
not
I think that's the thing too. We have to. You were saying it before. We have to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. And you were alluding to it also, Loretta. That just says, hey, we need to, have a strategy, have a commitment, not a strategy, a commitment. It just says, I'm going to find, that, quality business that is Black owned, that's going to do the thing that I need. I'm going to look there first. And if I can't find it, that's one thing, but I'm going to look there first. Someone who's servicing, and there are so many. Now, that's what's great about the Black Business Expo in terms of so many, Black entrepreneurs, Black business owners coming on, talking about their skill set, their capabilities, and you're hearing that going, wow, I need some of that. Oh, wow, I could use that. Oh, wow, I know somebody who could use that. Let me, give them a call and put them in contact, et cetera, et cetera. But also, there are directories that, Dr. Kelly and all of them put together that just says, you want to buy Black? There's directories that, and when I saw it, I'm like, man, I didn't know there were that many directories of Black-owned businesses and services and capabilities and all that, kind of stuff that says there's more than, the old yellow pages, et cetera. And we just need to have more of a commitment to say we're going to do those things and look there first, rather than, just, whoever, dials our phone or knocks on our door or, walks into our office.
Yeah, and I think as Black business, we need to use social media for that, and not to say I went to the grocery store and I did this. We need to take every minute of life intentionally and have a strategy, a commitment to letting people know that we are, and then making sure our businesses are welcoming and have fair prices and has excellence, and that we're treating everybody with world-class service and making sure that every customer experience is a great one.
You're right.
And not be combative. And it's a lot that I can see where people can have opportunities to hold it against a Black-owned business, but that's for everybody. It's not just because you're Black businesses. We need to first get beyond that part. Right.
Right.
So I wish that we could normalize these kind of conversations, especially with that next generation, because I think that my generation, my parents' generation, they got it. And I think if we had to stay with their focus and how they were committed to helping each other in the Black community and having theaters, and we had everything. We weren't just consumers. We're just consumers is my biggest thing. You gotta own something. We don't teach each other to own land. Well, if I can't own one with a beautiful home on it, I'm not gonna buy it. Baby, buy a $50 piece of land. That's more valuable than anything. Start somewhere. Right. And we don't want to do that. They don't want to work for you because you can't pay them, the $20 an hour that Amazon is paying, but they don't have the skill set either. So we gotta just wake up We got to wake up, and those of us who get it, we need to have these kind of platforms, enjoy these platforms and support them and connect with each other, not just today, but moving forward, and just show the world that we do have this. You can't say, and then people say that 1 in 5 African Americans are in jail. Well, I have 5 sons. I dispute that all day long. That ain't true. That's not true. And those stereotypes, and we get caught up in stats, and you can make a stat say anything you want to. Anybody can. And we get caught up, and so it's like they're playing checkers, they're playing chess, and we're playing checkers. Mm-hmm. Always trying to catch up, and we fall for the okie doke and do nothing. But
go ahead, Gene.
I just came in on tail end of this, but it's the power of the media. There are powerful messages that have been delivered, across generations, and Rome wasn't built overnight, but we have to change that narrative. We have to change that perception. We have to show up in places where we can do that. Like show up in the schools, read to the kids. I go read to the 3rd graders. I put a suit on because a lot of them don't ever see a black male in a suit.
Never. And then the black man don't wear the suit because they said it's a white man thing. Well, no, white man didn't even invent the suit. I think it had to be a brother that invented the suit because they've always wanted to look good and fly. So we get caught up in not wanting to what they consider play the game. But if your child is sitting in front of a TV, everybody on there is white. All the black people are looking like, the most oppressed and marginalized black people. What are they going to aspire to? So people like you, Sydney, and Eugene, and my sons and other people, we need to be seen so that our children we become the role models that they need.
Yeah. I think also, to add to what you were saying earlier, Loretta, if we go back to, what was happening back in the day, I didn't even know it at the time, but knew when I was in high school, I wanted to, run stuff. Right. Mm-hmm. I didn't know what I wanted. I just knew I wanted to run stuff. If I was going to be in a company, I wanted to run the company. If I was, if I wasn't going to run it for somebody else, I was going to have my own. Didn't know where that came from until literally I was in my 30s, getting ready to, do my thing. And I started realizing it was coming from all of my grandfather had his own construction company, built houses and commercial building. His brother had a cleaner. He had several cleaners. Their sister had a restaurant. All of these folks within, the family. My dad, once he got out of the military, had a hotel or motels. They weren't hotels, motels and nightclubs and, all kinds of stuff. All of them doing business, and within the community. And there are things, if you need a plumber in your house, there's black plumbers out there. If you need a website, there are black web designers. If you need capital for your business, there are black lenders,
investors too.
There are black investors. There are black folks who are brokers of loans that says, I'll just go to them then. At least they're going to get something out of it, et cetera. So there's all kinds of ways for us to start that happening, where money starts flowing in our community and keeps traveling around our community until we're ready to let it out, until nobody else in the community can do anything with it. And we say, okay, now let that dollar go and, get the services that we need, et cetera. So just a lot that everybody out there right now listening to us can do, and they don't need to feel hopeless or helpless. They can take action, themselves in very tangible, in specific ways.
Yep. I agree. If you look for it, you will find it.
Yes.
If you look for it, you will find it.
I think we're running out of time.
Yep.
So we should probably wrap it up. A last comment from each. If you were gonna give one bit of advice or one comment to everyone out there, Loretta, for you, what would that be?
Is for people to just start today. Don't wait on the perfect time, the money in the bank, the sun to align with the stars. Just start your business. And until you start your business, support other businesses and go to the schools and let the children see people that look like them involved, committed, and caring. We need to make sure our children know that.
Yeah. I would say, lead the way. Lead the way. Understand the moment that we're in. Understand that everyone is about to go through some trying times with the explosion of AI. And so it's actually an opportunity for us as a people to really come through with this and take advantage of the genius that is amongst us. So, but each one of us can lead the way in doing that.
Well, I'm going to steal from both of you and say, we came from kings. So always remember that. Make yourself indispensable. And if you're working within a corporation, do your thing there. But then, find Black businesses, for all the things that you need in your personal life. And if you have an interest in doing something on your own, as you said, Loretta, I'm going to take it from you, steal it from you. Go do it. Make it happen. Do that Nike thing, right? Just do it. Just do it. Don't worry about whether it's perfect or, whether it's the best. You'll make it better. But there's lots of folks, right? There's lots of folks out there who will help you, who will guide you, and are willing and ready to, put you under their wings and support you until you're ready to do it on your own. So, make it happen. Feel free to reach out to any of us, and keep coming back to the Black Business Network so that you can, get filled up with the knowledge and information and education and connections.
Yep. All right. Genius is coming. See you on the other side.
All right. Bye now.
Bye.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
All right. Good evening, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Gene Baker of GPP Consulting. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over the world: London, Singapore, Africa, North Carolina, Japan, Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, and cities all over the globe. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and educate businesses about business. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses all across the globe. Our next speaker is Dr. Stephanie Ardrey of 420 Wellness Jamaica, Inc. Dr. Stephanie Ardrey is a serial entrepreneur with over 3-decade history of conceptualizing, launching, scaling, and operating multi-billion-dollar organizations. Dr. Ardrey is recognized as a proven leader in the real estate, finance, and development sector, leading design and building teams throughout the development process while ensuring that the scope, schedules, and budgets were maintained for multi-billion-dollar portfolios of projects under her leadership. I present to you Dr. Stephanie Ardrey. Welcome to the stage.
Hey, Gene, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm so excited to hear what you have to say.
Well, I'm excited to share, and I think it will really be a continuation of the earlier conversation. I think the panel before really laid a proper foundation, so thank you guys.
Well, awesome. Well, as they say, and as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
Fantastic. Well, Black Business Expo Olympics, thank you so much for having me. I'm so happy to join you tonight. The day has been filled with outstanding presentations as usual. I'm really thrilled to follow up on the prior panel and hopefully give you some nuts and bolts of how to just do it. I love it how they ended. Get busy, let's go. And so maybe I can give you a context and a few tools that you can use to successfully execute your business plans. So as was shared, I am the CEO of 420 Wellness, which has become Zeniverse Wellness Group. We are an organization setting up global wellness resorts. And not only at these resorts are we creating the physical spaces, but we also are specifically curating these environments with thought leadership around mindset, assisting you with addressing your mental, your emotional healing so that you can holistically address any type of emotional trauma, which manifests, believe it or not, physically. Helping you address your physical needs by ensuring that you have a healthy gut. Because believe it or not, what's happening in that gut is influencing everything that's happening in your physical body. And then finally, addressing your soul so that you can identify and activate your ancestral assignments, because we've all been given them. And so I want you to think of it in the context for those of you who have been familiar with the story about maybe McDonald's as a concept. Some people think of McDonald's as a business that's in the business of selling burgers. Some of us understand that McDonald's was actually in the business of acquiring commercial real estate, using an operational system on top of those real estates to be able to sustain those acquisitions. So I want you to think about some of what it is we're up to in that context. Sometimes you operate a particular business which allows you to demonstrate and to deploy, if you will, those particular ancestral assignments. And so you use those other tools and vehicles to assist you. But before I go into the deep dive, I'm only going to talk about a few critical points this evening that I think are so timely. So typically when I sit down to have a conversation with an entrepreneur, oftentimes it's about capital. How do I capitalize the business that I'm looking to start? The problem is, oftentimes the capital question is out of sequence. It's out of sequence because either the research that's necessary to determine a market demand for the particular product or service that's being introduced oftentimes has not been accurately completed. And so the problem is when you go to look for capital and you don't have a clear understanding of the market opportunity, then that's going to create your first impediment to securing the capital. So oftentimes I hear entrepreneurs say, well, it's difficult, it's impossible, all of these things, in terms of why it is they're unable to secure capital. I would challenge you that you weren't ready to begin the capital conversation just yet, because first you had to determine a viable market opportunity. And a viable market opportunity means that you go out and you gather market intelligence that's verifiable, because I can guarantee you, whatever sources you are approaching for capital, they will have done so, because typically capital follows industry knowledge. So if you're going to debt sources, what you'll find is debt sources tend to provide debt from a portfolio standpoint, where they're studying particular industries and assets, sectors that they follow, so that they can be informed about the cycles, because every business experiences market cycles. And those cycles are influenced by myriad impacts. So I know you've in the past heard someone mention to you working on a SWOT analysis being a quick way to evaluate the internal strengths and weaknesses of the organizers that's putting together the organization. What does the organization look like based on its initial conception? And this is best done by evaluating the organization across functional domains. So what I mean, when I'm working on strengths and weaknesses, it's not a list. Someone sent me their SWOT analysis recently. And what their list of strengths and weaknesses included was what the personal owner was able to do as an individual, but did not include how the owner anticipated addressing the financial, the technological, the material resources required, the human resources required. How are all of the resources that are necessary to operate the venture going to be identified and then secured? And that's job number one. That is the job of the CEO, is to set the vision for the organization. Where is it that this organization is headed? And in order to accomplish or to arrive at that particular destination, what type of resources will be necessary? So when I have the, if you will, the 50,000 level view, I begin with a conversation around who are the customers, right? Because customers tend to buy from like providers. So oftentimes you'll find that Fortune 500 companies tend to do business with other Fortune 500 companies. Inc. 100 companies do business a lot with other Inc. 100 level companies. Local organization, mom and pops, tend to do business within their local community. And so when you understand the size and scale of an organization in terms of how it's resourced, then you can understand, if it is that you're planning to do business with a customer, what that customer expectation might be. And so how you need to look and feel as an operator. I heard one of the last panelists make a statement about being able to provide a customer experience. So you need to understand, what kind of customer experience is my customer expecting? So for example, and the reason this is so important in the beginning, here is an example of where entrepreneurs not knowing can find themselves in a situation. So say down the way, your goal is to be able to contract with the government, but you didn't think about that before you started marketing your business to the public. And lo and behold, what you learn is that the market value that you have priced your product or service at has a margin that really doesn't afford you to discount your prices any further. You might find that now as an impediment, because in order to secure then a government contract, the government is expecting you to provide a best rate, meaning a rate that's discounted to any other rate that you have publicly advertised. Now, can you afford to discount your prices any further? Also, can you afford to discount your prices and float payments? Can you perform offering your product or service and be delayed in payment from that governmental purchaser for maybe 60, 90 days before you're compensated for having delivered that service? If it is you can't, meaning if it is you don't have sufficient capital to cash flow your operations, because you wouldn't pay your employees every 90 days. You don't pay your employees when your customers suddenly pay. What you would find yourself is in a situation that you may have an opportunity to win a government contract, but because you lack the sufficient capital, you're not able to take advantage of that opportunity. And truly, when I think about over the years of working with businesses, and in my early business, I was a strategist and had an advertising and marketing communication agency where I advised Fortune 500 companies, many on their B2C business strategies across multicultural markets. And so oftentimes these clients either had existing products that they wanted to expand to new customers, or they had products that were mature in the market and needed to somehow or another be re-energized, innovated, reintroduced in some way to extend those brand portfolios. And so we get more deep into that when you start thinking about portfolio of assets. So a great organization to think of in the sense of a B2C organization would be like Procter and Gamble and its portfolio of products. And the fact that the organization literally built its portfolio of offering following the life cycle of the baby boomer generation. If you look at when the organization was launched following World War II and the initial establishment following the War of Homes, and then as energy and transportation and infrastructure began to be invested in the United States of America, how that began to allow communities to be established. And as communities and households were established, that then informed the type of needs that consumers began to have. And so as the boomers at that time, which was one of the largest generational cohorts, as they continued to evolve, you went from a new house, a new family, and then children. And so then if you look at the age of most boomers these days, and if you look at the Procter & Gamble portfolio of offering, you would notice that these days there's products that are geared towards an aging population. You have Depends and all of these other products that have been introduced, but literally based upon the life cycle of the baby boomer generation. So when you think about your product or your service, what are the market demographics that you are basing your business plans upon? Recognizing that if you're competing in a market that has existing offerings, that you have to find a way to distinguish your product or service, and that your product or service should be from the lens of solving a problem that your customer has. And so you need to back into what is that customer experience? What does that customer journey look like? What are the pain points that that customer is experiencing? And more importantly, what is the solution that I'm able to provide? And can I provide that solution profitably? Because just because you may have a solution to a particular pain point, if you can't deliver that solution profitably, then it's not a business worth pursuing. Because if no one's willing to pay you, and if they can't pay you enough for you to do so profitably, then it's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. And don't confuse nonprofit with the idea of sustainable organization. A nonprofit just means that the organizers of that type of entity structure are not able to be personal benefactors of that particular legal structure. So they are employees of that organization, but they will not be owners of. You can't own a nonprofit. right? You can be an employee of, and you can gain a certain amount of resources from that. But that's not something that you could pass on as legacy. You're not going to create generational wealth using a nonprofit structure in order to do so. So again, if it is you spend your career using that as what you believe is going to be your path to an opportunity, you may find yourself a little bit late, with the reality that that probably wasn't the best vehicle in order to accomplish that outcome. So that's why it's important as we begin to set out our business plans to start with the vision first. What is it that we're seeking to accomplish? So, for example, when I looked at my organizations, my goal was to create a global organization that would sustain employment for thousands of employees in sectors that I knew that demanded that level of participation, as well as a supply system of suppliers, of vendors who could also participate in the ecosystem. And so I looked at what the particular needs were, again, by first understanding the market demands. So I too looked at the demographics of the boomer cohort, as well as the subsequent generations. And I began to identify market trends. And I began studying the sector many years in advance of moving into the sector. So I tend to be an entrepreneur that casts a long view. I have a vision. We started working on telehealth solutions 15 years before COVID and telemedicine became popular. That's why when the market hit, we were prepared and able to execute our business plans quickly and swiftly and efficiently because we had been building out the model. I had been looking at models that I had perfected using other client experiences and determined that those were viable models that also could withstand business cycles. Because there's always going to be a cyclical impact. We're going to see a bull and a bear market because it's cyclical. So I, as an entrepreneur, need to make sure that my business plans are sustainable in such a way that we can make money during a bull or a bear market cycle. And so I need to understand what shifts in the market would influence my customers' pain points, and also how I can be more efficient with delivering solutions for my particular customers. So I'll give you an example. During the COVID situation, right prior to, I was running my commercial brokerage where we dealt with commercial finance, so financing commercial ventures, helping to negotiate the buy and sell of businesses, as well as commercial real estate transactions. So if you have a business that required commercial real estate either to lease or to acquire in order to operate your business, my company, Blue Diamond Capital in California, is one of those organizations that would assist you with any of those pursuits. But what I noticed was during the initial market following 2010, 2012, when I first launched the venture, we were focused on financial solutions because right after the financial market collapse, getting access to commercial capital was difficult. And so a number of organizations needed to have workaround and creative financing strategies. So we developed solutions to address that particular market demand. Then, as capital became accessible, companies had the opportunity to begin to invest in the assets, their balance sheet, by one, reorganizing debt, negotiating for better terms, basically improving their cash flow by changing their business accounts receivables and accounts payables, taking internal views. So oftentimes when I would conduct an audit on a business, before I come up with the capital solution in terms of debt and equity strategies, I would first take an internal audit of the existing capital that that organization has received and what allocation decisions have been made and how those decisions could be better improved upon to not only find hidden redundancies in the organization, to find, again, risk that are unnecessary, that are overcompensated for, ultimately to clean up the balance sheet and bring more profits down to that bottom line. So that would be the first view to the organization. After I found all the money inside the organization that's been misappropriated, then I can look at where their real gaps are and where the real market opportunities are. The problem is for most organizations is that many entrepreneurs wait too late to begin to solve their capital needs. They wait until they're already in a cash flow crunch to begin working on their capital requirements. And at that time, that limits your options. And again, you walk away thinking that, no, there's not capital available, when yes, there is capital available. The problem is you are not informed because you're not a capital expert to understand how to go and approach the capital that's appropriate for your phase of development, your stage of existence. Where is your business in terms of its traction in the marketplace? Meaning, is this an early stage business? Are you pre-revenue? Are you already in the market and have gained some market traction, but need additional capital so that you can scale? Are you playing too small? I was having a conversation earlier regarding a company that was looking to invest in a particular technology. An independent technology by itself that would be a difficult capital raise because it's a little bit of a niche product. But if the entrepreneur stepped back and understood the application of its technology in a larger segment of the market, and then looked at an acquisition strategy where it could acquire some of these other concerns that it could deploy its technology within, now the capital raise makes sense. So you go from raising $10 million to raising $200 million, and you find yourself better able to raise the $200 million than you could ever raise the $10 million. And it seems crazy. But again, if you understand business, you understand what an investor is looking for and why it's easier for them to make the $200 million commitment than to make the $10 million commitment. So oftentimes it's, again, what I'm running across is a lack of understanding of how these sort of, as I say, my 3 C's, how the customer markets that you are aiming to address influence the capacity that your organization requires, which then influences the type of capital that you should be pursuing based on where you are in the marketplace. So what I suggest is a couple things, and I'm going to reference years ago, back in 2012, following that last Great Recession, I found myself, listening like everyone else to all of the media pundits getting on air and, bringing us the news, right? The doom and gloom. Oh my goodness, we're headed into another recession. Capital is going to be tight and all of the bad things. Meanwhile, I was having all of these conversations with other investors like myself, especially, my colleagues in the multi-million dollar, in the billion-dollar league, where everyone was kind of rubbing their hands, excited, because the media, for those who are unable to listen, or as my mom used to say, read between the lines and understand what recession means. What recession means, depending upon your hearing, is different. For someone who's consumer oriented, who's an employee, who's at the mercy of an employer who determines if you have a job or not, yeah, you should be afraid. You should be concerned. But for those of us who are sitting over on the employer side, who are the investors, recession means, this is an opportunity for us to buy a bunch of stuff at a discount and get rid of our excess expenses. Our number one expense typically is labor. That's why the United States of America was built from the standpoint of, how could we leverage free labor? Because if we have to access three things to build our businesses, we need capital, we need labor, and we need materials. And if we could get one of those three for free, then think of how much further you could advance your business. The biggest expense for many employers is labor. That's why the boomers was part of the last generational cohort that had jobs that offered pensions and benefits. Then what you began to see was the introduction of independent contractors, those contractors who were willing to work for a reduced wage with no security benefits, no security net, no pension. You work for the wages that you're able to receive, for the time that you're able to receive those wages. Oh, and by the way, in many states, there were no guarantees for your employment. You became an at-will employee, which means that an employer had no need to have an extended reason to release your labor. And then, also, now, I may get in trouble for telling you this truth, but let's build another system so we could find another means so that we could have free labor that could help to build other industries, a la a publicly traded corporation, Prison Systems of America, to provide prisons to states under a guarantee of how many beds you're going to pay me for, and we can feed our pipeline of beds based upon the performance of 8-year-olds in elementary school. Okay, I know I'm getting in trouble because I'm telling some truths here that some people might not be ready to hear, but let me tell you something. If you are not taking charge of your destination, don't think that someone else is making a plan for what to do with your destination. Failure to plan is just that. That means somebody else is making a plan for how they can take advantage of what it is you offer to their business objectives. And if it is you provide no particular value, then, what is it that we do with things that don't provide value? We look at ways to eliminate that waste, right? You want to bring waste out of the system. So it's very important that when we think about what we have to accomplish from an economic standpoint, you need to understand how to be the captain of that destiny. So if I set an intention to create generational wealth for my family, I know that that intention has to be supported by something that I can actually, one, sustain, two, add value to, and three, has the ability to be able to be transferred, to exist beyond my lifetime. So in order to understand how to create those types of things, I studied organizations that in particular were created by founders but tended to exist hundreds of years, right? What was the unique impetus to those organizations to be able to remain viable across business cycles, across life cycles of leaders, and still continue to grow and thrive and expand and adapt to new market changes and dynamics? So this is why understanding those customers becomes so important. In your business, you are going to have primary, secondary, and tertiary market customers. And those customers are out in a marketplace, engaging with other solution providers, just like you, for the problems that they believe that others can solve. So if you're not evaluating your business from the standpoint of its purpose in delivering a value proposition that's worthy of that customer's determination to vote with their dollars and support the business, you vote with your dollars and patronize the organizations that you believe provide you with products or services that you believe are needs or wants. That's how it works, right? At the end of the day, we're all self-motivated. It's about what's in it for me as a consumer when I'm going out to find products and services to satisfy my needs. I'm not going to go out and buy tires just because tires are on sale today, unless it is I have a need for tires. It's kind of that understanding, right? So although somebody could be marketing to me all day about their tires, if I don't have a need, I'm not going to spend my money on that. So you have to understand that same thing when you're thinking about the business. And that's why it becomes important, because when you understand your customer journey and their experience, and then your capacity, what's necessary to take your customer from their initial contact to a completed transaction with your organization. What does that customer journey look like? Once you've identified how to complete that relationship, then you have the beginnings and understanding what type of capital requirements your organization needs in order to not only launch, but also to grow. And what you want to realize is when you're building a business operates from a combination of debt and equity. Equity is going to be the most expensive cost of capital for your organization. So you want to be in a position that when you're looking at your resources, that you're using a hybrid structure, but that you're leaning more towards debt. Now, many of you, if you've been employees, this sounds like a different language. It is. Because as an employee, you're told that you're only able to understand debt based on your paycheck. And that is true. And debt for you as an employee is very different than debt as an employer. So if it is you're transitioning from being in the position of employee, you can't take to the role of employer the facts that you had as employee, because you're not going to be equipped to understand that it's a different game. As the prior panel mentioned, one set of folks are playing chess and the rest are playing checkers. Some of you not even playing checkers. You don't even understand the rules of engagement. So you're not even properly engaged. You're really on the outside looking in and trying to pick up, where you fit in. But where you fit in is you have to be willing to understand a couple things. Business is what this country, the world, is built upon. So if you haven't spent time understanding business from the lens of business, then that's an opportunity for you to begin to refocus your understanding, investing time to gain a knowledge of what it looks like to operate successful business. Spend some time reading some 10K reports. Those are annual reports for publicly traded companies. Identify the companies that operate in your sector. You can get an understanding of how they began to discuss their market plans. They have to put forth a forecast based on the market opportunities that they're looking to exploit and how they plan to deploy the capital that they're asking publicly traded entities, investors who are supporting those ventures, to allocate towards those organizations so that then they can meet the various milestones and objectives that they're planning. You can glean insights by reading these 10K reports, especially reports that are based on companies that occupy the sectors that you're competing within. So the first exercise is to determine who are the industry players, leaders, the category sector leaders within your sector. Do you have an understanding of the National Association Industrial Classification System, the NAICS code, the NAICS code, which defines the sector that your business occupies? Sometimes your business occupies multiple sectors. So you first need to identify the NAICS code for the sectors that your business is operating within. This will help you to begin to gather the appropriate business intelligence so that you can understand what the experts within your sector are going to be looking at in terms of data. This means the experts that you're asking to advise your business. Who are you going to go to ask to participate as a board of advisors so that you can begin to develop your expertise? Well, you want to make sure that the folks are qualified and appropriate experts for the sectors, because again, there are going to be different niches that certain people occupy, because as you begin to operate at certain levels of business, the business becomes far more complex. So no organization is a master of all. Each organization has to refine its particular value propositions and then resource itself accordingly. So that I can break this down, because I really want this to be plainly understood. If I am the CEO of, okay, let's say for the sake of argument, from a consumer standpoint, I am the CEO of Nordstrom's versus the CEO of Walmart. We are both CEO of retail organizations. We both have to address our capacity, understand who our customers are, and have sufficient capital resources available. Both organizations are part of publicly traded entities, which means that they have the ultimate accessibility to capital resources. Ultimately, when you become a publicly traded company, that says that you have the easiest access to capital. But it also requires that you have a higher level of regulatory requirement and transparency, and that your forecasts have to be accurately reflected in order to gain this public trust and sentiment around making their resources available. Because the resources that are typically allocated are resources from hedge funds, municipalities, organizations that need to ensure that they have a certain amount of return over a period of time in order to meet the requirements for those particular funds. So they're investing for a return. They're not investing because they're in love with your product or service. It's an investment decision. So if you fail to meet your forecast, you fail to meet the return objectives, you fail to meet their expectations, they will not be able to sustain their investments, because now they're unable to meet their requirements to provide those returns to the constituencies that they support. So it all is related when you start understanding how the money shifts, right? Through the economy, through the businesses. So understanding, again, those market demands, those market variables, understanding that capital, right? Okay. So the difference between my Nordstrom CEO, because of the value proposition, at Nordstrom's, the message is that our customers are to receive outstanding customer service, a customer experience, such that our team members are resourced to be able to make decisions at their touch point. So any sales associate or sales partner that you encounter in a Nordstrom's environment is empowered to make decisions without having to go to a number of other resources within the organization, because the organization has said that we want the customer experience to be seamless. So you go and solve a problem irrespective of what your customer presents. So much so that it's been an anecdotal statement that Nordstrom's one time took back tires, and they don't sell tires. So just this idea of dealing with customer excellence. Now, on the other hand, I'm the CEO of Walmart. My experience is not about a customer experience from the standpoint of solving a bunch of problems. My deliverable, my value proposition is about providing you with access to stable items at a reduced rate. And so how I must allocate my resources is to allocate them in such a way that I'm able to buy at a scale that allows me to negotiate with the manufacturers within my supply chain so that I can get better pricing margins, so that then I can convey those discounts to my customers. These customers are not necessarily looking for me to provide different types of experiences. They're really interested in me being able to help them save a buck. And that's my value proposition. Now, I'm still a CEO of an organization that's B2C in its facing, but you see, I have a different objective in terms of how I designate the resources that are under my purview in order to meet the value proposition that I have promised to my customers. It's the same thing with your business. How you decide to position yourself in the marketplace is going to inform every other decision that you make. That's why we begin with the end in mind. How does this business end up? If you're trying to get capital into the organization, how does that capital exit? Because capital does not want to be in the organization indefinitely. Every investor is looking for a return. You may be passionate about the business and want to spend your life there, but the investor is not willing to give you their life. They're going to give you their resources for a period of time, and they're expecting those resources to be returned with a particular set of interest for that commitment. And that commitment is based upon a risk profile, which is why it's important to recognize that you don't ask for more capital than you can properly deploy at the particular stage of development, because that then can put you out of business. You've heard of stories about organizations. I don't know if you heard way back when the founder of Angie's List, for example, because she gave up too much equity in the early stages of financing her business, that by the time she got down to the final rounds of capital requirements, she owned such a small percentage of the company that she still had to be an employee somewhere. Heck, the securities attorney that is the lead securities attorney became a securities attorney and advocate for entrepreneurs after being an entrepreneur himself and going through an exit and noticing that although he did successfully get to an exit, it wasn't sufficient to sustain him for the rest of his life. And so he still needed to monetize some of his other skills. And so he opted to become a practicing securities attorney to advise other early stage entrepreneurs on ways to mitigate some of the decisions that he made so that they'd be better poised to be able to have an ownership interest in ventures that they're creating. You know, I want to be like Zuckerberg when it comes to planning my capital strategy for my ventures. I want to make sure that I own a controlling interest, that as we go through subsequent rounds of capital, that I still have enough of a controlling interest that I can remain involved. But also, if I'm exited to a position that me nor the next 3, 4, 5 generations of my family need to worry about what I created. We have sustainable wealth in place. And that's what I'm aiming to help each of you do by being able to show you real time as I am building this organization. Again, this is 40 plus years of business experience that I'm making available, and I have consistently made available. The sad thing is that too few of us have been takers, but I've educated everybody else on the planet except for us. So here we go.
Wow. Man, I hope y'all were taking notes, copious notes. She just laid it down. Dr. Audrey laid it down for all of us. So many things there. I mean, just starting with, are you solving a problem? I mean, what a question. Are you solving a problem? You know, do you know your market? You know, do you have a plan? Have you done a SWOT analysis? Do you understand and have you considered your strengths, your weaknesses, and your financing and your worst case scenario and your best case scenario? Have you thought through all of that? So much in there. Do you know your value proposition? You know, I mean, so many things to work out. Capital in, capital out. What's that flow look like? Oh my goodness. That was awesome, Dr. Audrey. So thank you so much for coming on and speaking to us and sharing your knowledge. And I hope everyone got out of it as much as I got out of it. So, which is a lot. So thank you so much. Any
It
last
was
words?
my pleasure. It was my pleasure because, I'm about to kick off a CEO boot camp actually that starts next week. I'm doing an info session tomorrow, but it's because of this right here. Several entrepreneurs, they affectionately, I'm referred to as Dr. Money, and people go, well, oh my goodness, you have money. Help us, introduce us to your investors. And I'm like, guess what? My investors wouldn't they wouldn't waste 5 minutes with you because you're not even ready to, and I have thousands and thousands of investors. So which one do you want to talk to? Right. When was the last time that you discussed your raise with a securities attorney? Oh, I needed to, you're not even ready. Sit down, take notes. You're not ready. You're not ready to have a capital conversation. What do you have that would make an investor want to invest?
But this is why we do this.
Yes.
This is why we need to connect together as Black-owned businesses and minority-owned businesses to connect knowledge and resources to people that are really trying to make it out there. So you don't know what you don't know.
Absolutely.
You don't know what you don't know, and sometimes you mess up really bad. But we're trying to avoid mistakes. We're trying to avoid pitfalls that so many of us have fallen into. So don't go through all of that if you don't have to.
Exactly.
The resources are here. Dr. Audrey is a great resource in herself. So,
fabulous.
All right.
Thank you so much, Jean. Thank you so much for your feedback and the opportunity to share today.
Well, thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you on the other side. And Genius is coming.
Genius is
so
coming.
For all of us, as we close out this show, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors, going to college, or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below and say, well, I think it's showing up on the screen below. It is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops. You heard that right, laptops, and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. All right, so every dollar counts. So please do contribute to that fund. And the Black Business Expo sponsors, if you'd like to be a sponsor, we will definitely entertain that and appreciate you and welcome you on board. Speaking of sponsors, the Black Business USA sponsors for June 2023 are NC 100, thank you. Moody Capital Partners, thank you. Suede Soul, thank you. Lotus Richie Coaching and Training, thank you. Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, thank you. Step Management, thank you. BHS and Associates, thank you. Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, thank you. Geniuses Common, thank you. Earth Essentials, thank you. Malane Shani Global, thank you. Executive Women Success Institute, thank you. And Quality Coaching Company, thank you. So many more organizations. Well, speaking of more organizations, Superwoman Business Services, thank you. Creative Force Studios, thank you. Lee Entertainment, thank you. Artistic App Design, thank you. And last but not least, the Black Business Expo USA, we thank you. So thank you to all of our sponsors. We encourage you, if you want to get involved, to be a sponsor, contact us. We will definitely take you on board. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business.